Hey everybody, welcome back into another stream. Yesterday we pretty much just started the Dark Souls Remastered run. We actually didn't get very far just because we were talking so much, which is perfectly fine. Had a lot of interesting discussions that I enjoyed. So hopefully we'll continue that trend today. So we finished off with the Taurus Demon at the top of Undead Burg. So going forward we'll meet our good old friend Solaire. And then we'll probably go into the depths from there. So I hope everybody's doing well today, and it's nice to have everyone back. Yeah. So obviously this is where we just fought the Taurus Demon, and I came up here to just kind of take a quick look around before we saw Solaire going forward. So wonder if that's something. Probably not. Okay, yeah. Just looked a little bit odd. Looks like there's almost like little houses there, but I'm more or less just going to assume those are just like bits of broken geometry, really. And Invales, welcome back. You said you finally got a stream from the beginning. Nice. Katie, now we shall begin. El Gusta, welcome back in. Your chosen undeads. So looking down there, it looks like you can see the kind of path to get into Darkroot. Excuse me. Darkroot Basin, maybe? And so, like, Darkroot Garden should be down there, essentially. Cool. Ooh, you can actually, like, step out over here. So from here, we can, like, look out across the Undead Burg, which we kind of just went through right down that way. So obviously that's a platform with, like, little firebomb throwers were. It's where the crossbowman was. Little tower there. So this bridge over here is going to connect to where like the Hellkite Wyvern will come back, or Hellkite Drake, I think it's called in this one. That'll be an interesting time. So from there we can look up to Sen's Fortress and Anor Londo up above. So this it does show, like, even in the first Dark Souls, that they try to put a decent amount of attention to detail. So that's probably, what, the Valley of the Drakes then? All the way down there with that bridge? Yeah, because that kind of makes sense. If anybody knows better, feel free to share that as well. Mortis, welcome back. You said, honestly, what's impressive that all these 3D environments from Soft really put in extra work, even the places you can't go to are 3D. Interesting, yeah, I didn't even think about it that way. So instead of just using, like, 2D backdrops, which would have been probably cheaper and a little bit less resource intensive. I still feel like such a fool for how long it took me to figure out. Well, I didn't even figure it out, honestly. How long it took me to find out how to fast drop off the benches. Not benches, but ladders. Wow. Really can't seem to chew my gum and walk at the same time. Elda says, you really love how much work they put into making the world connected, like the river is roughly the same even from the underworld view. Katie says, Wyverns are in DS3 and DS1 they're called Drakes because Miyazaki hates us and makes us suffer with all the terminology. Effervescent, welcome back. You said, hey LP, decided to start a new playthrough on your Japanese version of DS1 on your Switch, and you're going to follow your journey because you want to compare the Japanese. If you need to know a word, let you know. Thank you very much, Effervescent. Actually, this is a little bit of a hidden info, but one of our community members is working on a website where one can very quickly look up the English versions of the text as well as both the Japanese and Chinese versions. Not that we know Chinese, but we did have access to certain files that had like all the Chinese together, so hopefully in the near future we'll be able to announce more, but I'm really excited about the project. I think it's going to be great once it's finally released. So it'll just allow us to look at the descriptions and dialogues for pretty much everything and be able to compare text super quickly. So a little bit different than a wiki, but I think it's going to be a valuable resource nonetheless. Elda said you didn't realize we even beat the Taurus Demon. Mortis says, well, a Wyvern is a type of dragon with only 2 legs and has its wings and arms merged. And then Bailey says, who is making this website and how do you give them your money? That's actually Senshin, our good old mod. He's probably working right now, but he does typically try to support the stream by just lurking, which I appreciate. So he also streams himself, and so if you guys are in the Discord, we will give you announcements for when he goes live, because he's a big Soulsborne enthusiast as well. Really good guy. Morty says, so if it has 2 legs and wings for arms, it's part wyvern type of dragon. Yeah. Greet Solaire with a gesture? Well, we will. But before we do that, let's actually try to make this look cool. I don't know why I was trying to do that. See, that's what happens when I actually try to be good and put my binoculars away. I try to use them again later. We get our gloriously incandescent friend looking up to the sky. Actually, let's get a slow pan. Or as slow as one that we can get with our camera settings. Damn it. So for those of you who are a bit new to the stream, I'll do stuff like this mostly for getting footage for potential lore videos in the future. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to use Solaire, but I also can't imagine that I'd leave him alone at some point. Just one, because he's a fan favorite. He tells us a lot of important stuff. He also has like the time is convoluted line, which is actually really important. So there's a lot of good stuff with him. Let's go from the feet down. Oh, can't. Okay. And back down. A little bit too fast. Perfect. Okay. You can see him blinking through his little helmet there. So Solaire is probably like one of the goodest guys in the game, essentially. He's the friendly NPC that people can rely on, and because of that, people tend to trust the voice actor for Walter in Bloodborne, because it's the same guy. So, yeah. Okay. Greet him with a gesture. Oh, wait. What am I thinking? Internet seems to be a little bit slow today. Right. Now Solaire thinks you're drunk and crazy. And Bailey says you try to catch Ascension streams, but he streams just as you're going to bed. That's unfortunate. Morta says you're still trying to find a way to convert FLV files without dealing with paywall crap. I told you, if you just download OBS, like, you don't have to pay for anything. It's free, and that'll allow you to do it really quickly, actually. Pickle Wobble, welcome to the stream. You said, hey LP, got properly into Bloodborne recently and found your videos on the lore extremely interesting. Thanks for laying it all out in a way that feels comprehensive. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and welcome into the stream. I appreciate that. Bjarki, you said, do you have a nickname on here which we can call you instead of Hey Last Protagonist? A lot of people either just call me Last, Protag, or even just LP. They're all good. You didn't say greet him with murder. Well, I thought it'd be a nice gesture of ill will. Effervescent says, so the word in relation to convoluted Solaire says is ante, which refers to steadiness. So, as far as I know, I mean, I could try to pull it up here again. I thought he said Yodonda, which is related to Yodomi and stagnation in general. Get the camera view a little bit better for you guys. I'll look this up. Dialogues. Dunborough. I made the mistake of eating like a tortilla chip before stream because I was trying to bribe the dog to come back inside because the weather's so nice. So now it's like remnants are like choking me essentially. Let me see. Yeah, Toki no nagare ga yodonde, 100年以上前の伝説がいると思えば. So yeah, I don't know what exactly you were seeing, Effervescent, but this is what I got. And granted, I don't actually have the Japanese version, so If for whatever reason all of the other sources online are wrong, I mean, that's a possibility worth considering. This cartoonish painting on his chest always gets you. He does. Alright, hello Bjarki and Scott, welcome in. So let's try to greet him with a gesture like you guys are saying. With our hollow form. You guys made me think he was going to react. But that does remind me that I did want to switch these out. Oh well, we'll worry about that later, I suppose. I forget if he turns around if you talk to him. He might. Yeah, I think he does. So let's try getting him like... Oh, that'd be good.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time. Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment. Well, yes, quite understandable. Not to worry. I do not wish to impose. I was in the wrong. We'll laugh it off, shall we?
I like how muffled his voice actor is because he's got like the helmet on too.
Oh, hello. You're still keen on speaking to me. Then perhaps you have reconsidered my offer. Well, yes, not to... I was...
Okay. It takes really long for it to like cycle back to being toggleable.
You're still keen on speaking to me. Then perhaps you have reconsidered my offer.
Mortis says, what's the Japanese word they use to call the demons in this game? It's literally just the katakana demon for demon.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey? Well, yes, quite understandable. Not to worry. Oh, hello. Then, this pleases me greatly. Well then, take this.
White sign soapstone?
We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is
Here we go.
with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
It's interesting that he doesn't say like we must be hollowed or something like that, because that would have been a nice hint that you need to be human to summon people. So aside from that, Solaire really lays out a lot of important lore in just what would have seemed like a fairly insignificant conversation other than like his cooperation. With him saying that the time itself is convoluted or stagnated in Japanese, he also says that heroes from centuries old are phasing in and out. I feel like that does set up a lot of the framework that we can use to kind of understand the characters in not only this game, but in the other games as well. So that kind of rationale could explain why Ornstein can be found in Dark Souls 1, 2, and potentially 3, depending on how you read that. Or Smo, and even like the Havel Warriors. And Patches as well, although Patches is always a bit of an enigma, so probably shouldn't really mention Patches in relation to that, but it's at least worth considering. So before going forward, I'll catch up with you guys a little bit more. Alright. 80 says, speaking of which, where did Last Protagonist come from? Is there deep lore or was it a random thing you came up with? So, I think the first time I used Last Protagonist, I was trying to... I think I made it for a League of Legends account. And so I was at the point in my life where I was in college now, and I kind of wanted to get away from my more teenage-based personae online. So I was trying to think of something that, if I was playing League of Legends, that wouldn't make me feel terrible if we lost or something like that. And so I was just trying to think of a way to turn something that was typically negative into a positive. So typically coming into like last place, people feel bad about all that kind of thing. So if you can make the idea of something last being like powerful or appealing, that's kind of what I went with. So I felt like there's a lot of like mystique to go around the idea of a last or final protagonist. So that's kind of where that idea came up. And so it also adds like an extra burden onto myself, I suppose, that like if I'm the last one that fails, we're all doomed. I don't know. So that's kind of the hidden lore behind this name. Mortis says there's like 3 and they all mean slightly different things. Nightingale, welcome back. You said if only you can be so grossly incandescent. Effervescent says the problem with the Japanese text over the English voice is that it goes so fast you have trouble reading it all at once. You swear you did see the last word. Only you could be so grossly incandescent. Yeah. 俺もいつかあの風にでかく熱くなりたいんだよ. That's kind of a terrible intonation on my part because I'm just trying to read quickly, but yeah. Mortis says, wow. Birdie, welcome back in. You said, you wonder how the Black Set and the Silver Knights look beneath their armor? Is it known what races they are? How haven't we met one that hasn't gone hollow? Those are all very good questions. Many people tend to believe that the Black Knights and the Silver Knights are what we in the fandom call like godkin. So they're probably not human because they don't seem to be undead in the same way that humans are. And if they followed Lord Gwyn into linking and all that kind of thing, or if they serve him, it would be easier to think that they're like of his clan in some way, I guess. But honestly, we don't really know. Well, this says, you know the daughters of the witch all have their names derived from Gui for demon, Q like Kue. So that's just like Oni or Ki, essentially, in Japanese. So that might be more of like a Chinese one. Or, yeah, Mortis says, not even using Majin, Mao, or Akuma, you're disappointed. Join me, no. Join me, no. Okay, 'twas fate. Katie says, people listen to every dialogue and doing a game where they take a shot every time a character does a nervous laughter in a hospital before ringing the second bell. Elda says they're like lesser gods, but in DS3 they became hollows. Okay. Biarki says, could it also explain why Gwendolyn is in Dark Souls 3 when you can kill him in this game? So technically, the Gwendolyn we find in Dark Souls 3, by the time we get to that point, he's more of a puppet, like not really a functional god, because he's technically been devoured by Aldrich. But yeah, that is one potential way of thinking it. But there is also the possibility that the gods themselves might be somewhat immortal or timeless. So that was something that I wish was set up a bit better, because to a certain extent I wouldn't think that they are immortal or timeless just because Gwyn sacrificed himself to keep the Age of Fire going. And if he was truly immortal, I guess like his only fear would be if the fire extinguished. So it's a little bit strange that he would have done it himself rather than throwing somebody else on it first, I guess. Yeah, Gwendolyn doesn't canonically die in Dark Souls 1. Elda says last is also Ultima, and that's very Chad. 80 said, damn, you expected it to be like an Xbox gamer tag, but that's real deepest lore. Legendary Qster, welcome in. So, if you guys don't know, Qster is another streamer on Twitch. He does like a lot of zombie survival games. He's a really positive dude whose streams I like to catch when I can. And it's always a good time hanging out with him. So welcome back to the stream, Q.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Solaire is so quotable. I think the funny and kind of sad thing about like Dark Souls 1 is, aside from Solaire, there really aren't like a lot of quotable lines. So I think that probably ties into his kind of legendary meme tier status. Not that he's like really a meme, it's just he is a meme at the same time. He's too big for the game.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind.
Hey Phobos, welcome back in.
The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Oh, that looked silly. I forgot that I actually need to two-hand it.
Whatever beast you be, I have no choice. A warrior of the sun will not just sit and take it. Hurrah!
Oh, don't have stamina. Oh. Lightning spear. Oh, his tracking is terrible.
Why you? How could this? My son.
And from Solaire, we get the sunlight set as well as the humanity. The iron leggings. Okay. So, for all of you who are kind of new to the stream, I typically kill the NPCs to see what their dialogue will be when that happens, and this also gives us a chance to kind of look at their equipment or whatnot before you're typically able to get it. Well, I guess that's not entirely true, but yeah, I don't know. Elda said, someone give Keister a sensual massage as a jolly good welcome. Thanks, glad to be here. Praise the sun. Elda says the opening cinematic has all the good lines. Phobos says, wait, they changed the font for the subtitles? Maybe, I don't know. Elda says, you love this Vihander. Why is hurrah, hurrah? So the hurrah it shows more of like a strain as opposed to hurrah, which is a bit more like jubilation or like happiness, welcoming, I guess, for like an actual non-sarcastic answer to what may have been a sarcastic question. Katie says, gods are definitely mortal. You think Occult Club says it, or another item to be alive is to be vulnerable, and the fiery gods are no different. Oh yeah, you're right about that. But yeah, that's a good point. Eternal Brawler Incorporated, welcome in. You said, yo, love your Lost in Translation vids. You really enjoy the Bloodborne lore. Thanks to you. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream, Eternal. Alright, so we picked up the White Sign Soapstone from Solaire. So, be summoned to another world as a phantom through your sign, and defeat the area boss to acquire humanity. Hollows cannot conduct summons. In Lordran, the flow of time is distorted, and the White Sign Soapstone allows undead to assist one another. So it's interesting that for Solaire's line and the Soapstones, it says distorted versus convoluted. I mean, obviously those are like synonyms in English, but that kind of thing just interests me as kind of a linguist as to a sign that these probably weren't translated at the same time. Not that I think like the information differs, but it's just kind of funny that there's the inconsistency in wording when I'm pretty damn confident that the source material would be identical. So, as for why it's soapstones, I honestly don't know. So that's kind of something I'd like to know, if there's more significance to soap that I'm unaware of, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. So I think that was it. We picked up the humanity, and then... Did he give us a key? No. Wait, did he give us this one? Yeah. No, this is Undead Asylum. I'm just blanking out right now. Okay. So we got the Astora Straight Sword, the Sunlight Talisman, which was his. So this is a medium for casting miracles of the gods. The Talisman of Solaire of Astora, the Knight of Sunlight, is decorated with the holy symbol illustrated by Solaire himself. This talisman is a projection of Solaire's upstanding, unwavering faith. So I love like the dialogue or the descriptions for some of his items here. So Shield of Solaire of Astora, Knight of Sunlight, decorated with the holy symbol, but Solaire illustrated it himself, and it has no divine powers of its own. As it turns out, Solaire's incredible prowess is a product of his own training and nothing more. So I really like that they went through the trouble of saying, like, Solaire is a beast because he's a beast. And he's just, like, a devoutly pious man. So I feel like Solaire is the real original kind of giant dad, essentially, guiding the players through the game. So, the Sunlight Straight Sword. This standard longsword belonging to Solaire of Astora is of high quality, is well forged, and has been kept in good repair. Easy to use and dependable, but unlikely to live up to its grandiose name. So this is probably the sword that Andre uses in Dark Souls 3, because it's Solaire of Astora, and if it's an Astoran straight sword, it would kind of mashed together. Actually, I guess that wouldn't work because this doesn't really scale with humanity, but that, of course, isn't really a mechanic with the luck thing in Dark Souls 1, so kind of weird to think about. Or wait, I don't remember if you can get a Sunlight Straight Sword in 3. Somebody in chat's probably freaking out right now. And then we get his equipment. Iron Helm, Helm of Solaire of Astora, Knight of Sunlight, of high quality but lacking any particular powers. Solaire's incredible prowess must have come from rigorous training alone, for his equipment exhibits no special traits. The large holy symbol of the sun, while powerless, was painted by Solaire himself. Alright, and so everything else is the same. So, if people were under the delusion that Solaire must be powerful because of his armor, like the sets very clearly lined it out that he wasn't. So it kind of makes killing Solaire even that much more of a tragedy that you don't get anything like super broken for doing it. And so with that done, we will go ahead and reload the game and talk to our friend again and say yes the first time around. Alright, now let me catch up with you guys. Katie says anyone who killed Solaire should be put on some watch list, even if it was for science. Looks like I'm on that list, man. Elda says, curious about the metaphysics of soapstones. Lost Vegas, welcome in. You said, just checked, and it's the Dragon Eye that says the line, to be alive is to be vulnerable, and the fiery gods are no exception. But why the eye? So that's a good question. I think because dragons in Dark Souls kind of represent a path that diverges from life itself. So dragons are truly undying, and so that kind of sets up a juxtaposition between... Did I not? I just totally blinked. The dragons set up a large juxtaposition between humanity and the gods. So, with that kind of third path available, I guess really it's kind of like the second path. Well, I guess third if you wouldn't say like dark, light, and then other. That's kind of what it comes down to. I think I just downloaded it, but I'm just a little bit spacey right now. So that would be my rationale as to why like the Dragon Eye would say it. Katie says hygiene transcends all the worlds. If only the fans truly got that message. Phoba says, this game does have good NPCs though. Solaire, Siegmeyer, Lautrec, Logan, Andre, Priscilla, Frampton, Koth. I think it's mostly the bosses that are real quiet. No, I'm not saying the NPCs are bad. I just feel like, as far as like quotability goes, Solaire stands head and shoulders above the rest in Dark Souls 1. Whereas like in Dark Souls 3, you've got even just like the random things like the Locust Preachers. There's like, fear not the dark friend, let the feast begin. I'm kind of blanking on the others, but with what was it, Grey Rats calling us a crusty ash bastard. It's just stuff like that. Elda says, his equipment should suck, then to hammer it home. Effervescent says, in Japanese, the soapstone is Uroishi. So you guess that... Oh, sorry, I read that backwards. Probably Roseki. You guess that Ro means old, like... Old. So old stone might... But maybe not. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Well, Ro is also used for, like, wax... And that's kind of where soap could have come from as well. Elda says, by the time of 3, they should have his sword enhanced by his faith as a holy reliquary, noting that it was originally common materials. And that would be a cool way to tie in the whole idea of faith transforming objects as well. Havel, me like rock. Santeria, welcome in. You said, ooh, you're actually trying to play Dark Souls right now too? Sweet, welcome back in. Boba says, hey now, comparing most everyone to the Locust Preachers ain't fair. That's... You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I think that just kind of illustrates the point, though. So let's talk to our boy. from a different angle this time around.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birth.
Actually, I wonder if I could redo that. Okay. I think if you just like walk away while they talk, they're like, okay, they didn't see all of it, so they redo it. Could be wrong though, which would be kind of funny.
Ah, hello.
Okay.
You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time. Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment. The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey? This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
Actually, I'm a little bit curious about his blind line there. I wonder if that's what it is in Japanese. It's just more like, oh, it'll just stand out, I guess. Which is fine. I was just wondering if it was a bit more of like a subtle commentary about the state of being a hollow. But I guess not, which is fine. Just more of an expression than anything else.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Okay, so that's everything with Solaire for now, and we got our soapstone again. So I'm trying to remember. We really just need to like YOLO it across the bridge the first time around. I think so. Oh yeah, we just came up from this way. Okay, yeah, I just got a little bit turned around. We can't go through here yet. We kind of need the master key. How many souls do I have? Enough to make me regret dying, but also, I mean, it's Dark Souls 1. We've played it enough. It's not going to be too bad if we do die. Katie said, your favorite quote is, "This pit is for hollows, not the saint folk." Like you say to everyone who just joined a poop show that you were a part of. Elda said, the idea is why the world thinks Logan must have died is because he seemed to have been spirited away to Lordran where time is convoluted. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Birdie says, is it known what happens in the lands outside of Lordran immediately when the kiln is linked? That's a good question. With the opening introduction cinematics saying that in the world of men, there is no more light, and only night continues, something along those lines. It does make me believe that if the flame gets linked, maybe the people in the world of men would just notice it immediately. Actually, we just saved it. Okay. Right, we did that on purpose just to kind of get the intro of that Hellkite Drake. So I'm thinking of whether or not I should actually just go back and save it right now. Probably should. No, I mean, yeah, don't feel like running through everything. Elda said, someone needs to tell Solaire not to gaze directly at the sun for hours at a time. Era Robo, welcome back in. You said, poor Solaire, basking in Gwendolyn's illusions. Oof. Elda says, no, we'll go under the midpoint of the bridge to kick the ladder to the bonfire. You died at the same time I did. Steven says, can't you go under the dragon? Can't remember if the gate is locked from that side you climb up where the rats are. Yes, you can go under the dragon. You continue? You get what I'm doing. I just did that just to try to show it off, because that's kind of cool filler footage at times. I actually need to talk to Solaire again.
I have
He's propositioning us. Oops. Well, good thing that it doesn't, like, stay permanently gone.
Displeased with the black tooth and of oh,
okay. So you can trigger the Hellkite to, like, fly out if you come out here a little bit. And then go back in, I think. Yeah, and so we should be good. Oh. Although maybe it's like the first time you do it, you can... Yeah, because he's landed over here. And we're already screwed up because we don't have enough HP. So let's try to use a humanity, just for the hell of it. Wait, this doesn't actually boost our HP, does it? I don't remember, for one. No, that just heals us. We actually need to go back to the fire. Okay. Yeah, it's been a minute. Obviously. So if you get to this point of the map, you can have the Drake do... well, you can kick the ladder back down to the bonfire and just rest. But I think, and I kind of want to test this, so I'm actually going to reload it again. I think the first time through, if you sprint, you can actually make it. Not that it changes too much. Yeah, I'm just going to reload it just to test it out. But this is also kind of a decent spot to quote-unquote farm super early on in the game, just because the Drake will kill all of the hollows there. So it's an easy way to get souls, just to get up to speed for a new player. And Elda's right, if you kick the ladder, you can just climb up there. Steven says that ladder shortcut was so important for you, you left Taurus alive and farmed the soft humanity in the Burg/church area? You can leave the Taurus demon alive? Yeah, you talk to him again.
The way is pleased with the black tooth.
Alright, that's enough of Solaire. Let's make some regrets. Probably should have been sprinting from the beginning. Alright, so I was definitely wrong. Which is fine. I know you can, like, outrun him to a certain extent. Humanity heals, but it doesn't boost. You know, if you're cop, you have to tell me. Birdie says, are Gwendolyn's legs snakes, or is he being held up by them? Moon symbolism aside, why is he raised as a daughter, and by whom? The moon symbolism is more or less why he's kind of raised as a daughter. The moon in many cultures is considered a more feminine figure, and he's raised in the literal shadow of Gwyn. So, as for his legs being snakes or him being held up by them, that's a good question. I'm going to assume that the snakes are his legs. But the potential of him actually being held up by snakes is kind of funny.
The way I displeased with the black tooth of
And as for who raised Gwendolyn, that's another good question. Many people would say it's probably Seath, just because of the connections between sorcery and faith and all that. Not sorcery, but his miracles and faith. Sorcery, intelligence, whatever it is. Hopefully he doesn't one-shot us. Effervescent says, yes, if you take the master key, you can... Oh, yeah, you can go down. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. So let's go talk to our merchant friend and then level up. Well, we should rest up first because we have no Estus. You can bypass the Taurus Demon and the Hellkite Trigger to make getting the Altar of Sunlight easier. With the Master Key, you get to go around through the Havel Tower and then through the Darkwood Garden Basin up to Andre and the Church. That makes sense. Elda says, you lost your Taurus souls because you didn't know about the ladder at first. Yeah, totally makes sense. Especially with the way that the Hellkite creeps up on you. You're not the only one who did that. That happened to me my first playthrough as well. The funny thing is, if I remember correctly, I think I didn't get hit by the Drake's like first volley of fire. It was the ones following that got me. Hey, I've got Hollow Warrior armor. Not that it's good by any means, but need more stamina. Ow. I really need to be able to do 2 of these. That's probably what I should do against those guys, just R1. Cuts through them like butter. Way too good of a weapon.
Ow, think never.
So we needed the bottomless box. Okay, and then anything else. We could go for the chain set. I guess I'm not going to worry about that though. We could kill him now. I don't remember if he has like any kind of unique items other than what we just picked up. Oh, the dried finger.
Oh, this one. Ain't she lovely? Her name is Yulia. She's plumb in love with me. You'd never leave my side now, would you, Yulia? Oh, thank you very much. Come back soon.
Is Yulia. That could also just be a sign of him being mad. He could just literally be petting nothing. Or like a memory of something. So I think we'll probably like level up 2 or 3 times. Maybe more with it being this early in the game. What are we doing? We've got enough strength. No, I want to like 2-hand it or 1-hand it eventually. No. We need to actually be able to swing it twice. Let me turn on the HUD for a second. Holy crap, that really is the whole bar. Oh. Level up 1 endurance at a time, just to see. Oh, we have 2 humanity? I didn't realize. Okay, probably because we killed the boss, right? Damn it. Alright, still not enough. How many more do we need? These are the kinds of times when I actually use souls. Oh, that was a little bit more than I expected. Damn, we really need the Ring of Favor. Probably not going to get that for a while, though. I feel like the physics is a little bit different in the remaster as far as like the ragdolls go. 1039. Okay, we'll try to level up once more, and then that'll be that. Yeah, we did it. Okay. Okay, that'll be enough. Now let's turn the HUD back off. Alright, and then I'll catch up with you guys. Connie V Lad, welcome back. Said Solaire be like, do you ever get that feeling of deja vu? Katie says, going back to the death convention, you were bothered by how death in life is defined in Dark Souls, and you thought that it's kind of has similarities to Slavic paganism, but it's niche, so you wouldn't draw conclusions. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. Not so much about like the Slavic paganism, but just like a lot of the connection type stuff and how it's treated overall. Run, not rub. Don't rub Havel. Maybe a back rub. Oh, sorry. Steven said, with the master key, you gotta go around through the Havel Tower and run through the Darkwood Basin up to Andre. And so that was just you fixing your typo. Well, the moon is tied to women, folks. Menses every moon cycle. Rhodey, welcome back in. Elda said, you ragdoll, you did that poor hollow corpse. If it was good, they wouldn't become hollows. Zweihanding these chumps was way easier than daggering them. Oh, yeah. Zweihander is just straight up broken, honestly, in my opinion. I don't think you can... Well, you can't run past it when you get hit by the fire like that. I was going to say, I don't think you can run past it here. Maybe you can. Thought I did that once. But yeah, but you can actually hide back over here. And then YOLO. Nope, this is death. Okay. That's fine, I won't do that. Instead, we'll try to get the Drake Greatsword. Because that's needed for the achievement. And funnily enough, that was actually the last item I needed to get for my all achievements complete thing on my Steam Prepare to Die edition, because I used a completely different character when I was playing through the games to like go for the plat achievement, and so on my first character I definitely gotten the sword, so I was spending so much time trying to figure out what the hell I was missing, and it was that the entire time. I felt really silly for having that be the last weapon that I needed. Actually, I don't know if I have a bow. We picked up something that I was going to look at, and I forget what it was. Aw, dropped an item. Isn't there another one? No, just the two. Okay. Let's equip our items here. So we just have the light crossbow? We don't have any bolts, so we done goofed a little bit. Probably need to go back to that merchant after all. But let's deal with these rats. Oh yeah, I had humanity. I should have used it. Oh, we got poisoned. That's not cool. I forgot certain things actually can deal status effects to us. Well, we'll go down to our merchant friend anyway. And then pick up a bow. Okay. Some people think the female merchant is Yulia. I could see why. Oh. The jerk. I was hoping I'd be able to change my tracking and finish him. Hey, Kerm the Derm, welcome back in. You said sending out a hello and a good luck on the lore run. Thank you very much. It's nice seeing you again. It's been a minute. Oh, these dudes give Titanite shards. We didn't pick one of those up, so I'll look at that in just a second here.
Oh, then go ahead. Never hurts to splurge when you...
I guess I should have listened to that. Check out those of the bow, or the arrows rather. We could get the short bow. 1,000 souls. Maybe no, I'm not really going to use the but getting a lot of arrows would be kind of smart. What are the stat requirements on the bow? 12? Do I even have that much? I don't think so. Actually, I might, just because it's the warrior class I started with. Weird.
Thank you,
Might have enough to level up, which is why I stopped that short. No, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. This should be good enough to do what we're doing. Trying to do. Okay. Jizzle, welcome to the stream. He said he has a cute laugh. Hilda said, and the male merchant went nutso after keeping her in a barrel and he lost it when she broke free. Steven says, you get soft humanity from killing hollow/human type enemies. Thank you. I thought that was a thing, I just don't remember, and having the HUD off is going to be harder for me to keep track of that thing as well. Oh yeah, and so when we do reverse our hollowing at these bonfires, it does allow us to stockpile more of our Estus, or do we need to do that later? Oh, we need to kindle. We need to be human first and then kindle the flames? I don't... It's when you kindle it once, it actually stays that way permanently, doesn't it? That now we'll have 10 Estus flasks once we kindle the bonfires. So there is like a little bit of a reason to do that, especially because if I remember correctly, kindling the bonfires carries over into New Game Plus, so it's kind of beneficial to do it. There you go. Well, let's just get the free souls. Okay, yeah, that's already enough to level up. So you all know what we're doing there. Alright. Once we get up to 24, then I'll start like buffing up my vitality and is it stamina that controls the equipment weight in this one? I haven't been paying attention. Well, we may as well get the free souls while we can. Alright. Oh, this says ahoy, Kerm. The Havel Tavel, it's a thing. Okay, we got some waste. Oh, that's what we picked up. We picked up the hollow armor. Okay. Ow. This dude not getting bonked off. Oh, that actually did a decent amount of damage. Okay. So, Hollow Warrior armor is armor worn by Hollow Warriors. Who would have guessed? It is made of thick leather that is tattered with age. Waistcloth worn by Hollow Soldiers. It is so tattered that it barely serves its purpose anymore. Okay, so now we're in a pretty good spot. I think it's this one that we need to be at. Oh, I need to actually equip my arrows. Kerm says, new job, more responsibility, none of the time you had, but you'll try and pop in every once in a while. Good luck. Thank you very much, Kerm. I appreciate it. And hopefully your new job goes well for you. Elda says, didn't realize you got the Rite of Kindling already. Great news, Kerm. No, we didn't get the Rite of Kindling. It's when you get the Rite, that'll allow you to go up to plus 15 on the Estus vials. Steven says, yep, restore humanity, spend another humanity to kindle. Also, an area boss needs to be alive to farm soft humanity, so the parish is a great place, plus the Boulder Knights are rad. Birdie says, how do you think Guinevere actually looked? I don't really know. Probably less bounteous would be one way of saying it, perhaps. Trying to remember. I was afraid of that? Okay. So basically, if you shoot or hit the tail enough, it'll break and you can get a ridiculously overpowered sword, even a little bit more so than the Zweihander, at least for this portion of the game. But I'm certain a lot of you already know about that. Let's not fall off the edge this time. Damn it. I was trying to angle it like more inside, but just didn't go. Okay. We'll figure it out. Elda said, you wonder if the Burg is there just to house and support the basic population of mortal infantry for Anne Orlando? And Phobos says, the most famous crutch in the game. Personally, you never really liked it much. Yeah, I didn't use it either. It's not a bad weapon, but yeah, it definitely carries hard. vicariously farming souls with how much we're failing here. And since we've died, we've already lost our humanity. But we still do get 10 vials every time we spawn in at that bonfire. I think another way to do it is to actually like hit it and then go up top. And that'll give you the time necessary. And if you do this, the wyvern kind of goes away for a little bit. Or not. Oh no, okay. So you kind of need to spawn him back in, like towards the beginning. Claymore. Soul of the Nameless Soldier. So these hollows here are non-hostile, like the ones we found in the... I was trying to kick it. Oh damn, that lived. Oh, because I'm one-handing it. He's got a little sword, though. I don't know if it'll hit me. Probably not. So the important thing for coming through here is to that'll give like a more direct way into the next undead church here, and then wait, why can't we activate this right now? This is the Sunlight Warriors Covenant. Maybe we need to get the Sunlight medals to actually join it. I don't remember. All right. Sleep says, it's good for those who need a bit of a damage boost early on, but it's a bit of a noob trap since it's a weapon that can't be upgraded and becomes obsolete around Sen's Fortress. But a lot of early players don't know how to upgrade early, so it can carry them through the early game. Yes. And then, oh yeah, let's level up since we got that bonfire right there. I think we can level up. Holy crap, almost twice. We picked up the Claymore, and then I don't remember what else. A little bit slow on the draw there. Not enough stamina recovery to get that going properly. Go. I think we need to come back through here, and then the Hellkite spawns in again. Oh yeah, we can't teleport between bonfires, so what am I thinking? I should have just, done the thing. Don't remember where you need to go to get the Hellkite to spawn in, but you can get him back. I've done it before because I screwed it up. Oh wow. Alright. Boba says you'll get at least 1 to +5 without farming a lot or doing a lot of Dragon Covenant stuff. You meant to use it till send and then throw it away. Like upgrading your starting weapon, another noob trap, the awful scaling, but you don't know what weapon is good when you start. Yeah, my first playthrough definitely had a super bad first playthrough build going for it. Like, I looked at it and I was like, what the hell was I doing? I mean, obviously didn't know how, like, the stats worked, and I went out of my way to try to, like, get the different kinds of buffs that would have buffed my damage, like, almost to nothing. It was all kind of pointless. Exilia, welcome in. You said glad to see this content. Well, welcome in. I feel like this right here is a little bit slower and a bit more boring, but if you all are enjoying it, I'm glad. Elda says, the problem with Soulsborne games for you is you need meta reasons to convince you to change weapons, otherwise why switch? Yeah, I can understand that. How do we get the Drake back? Just cross the bridge, he'll fly in? Okay. Solaire's still here? Yeah, because he sticks around. Sleep says, you personally find the whole element system end up being a bit of a hindrance rather than a strategic element? Yeah. What's the point in having specific weaknesses for enemies if you don't have the weapons for it? Same thing with, like, the items. That's kind of, like, the way that's easiest to buff up, but they're typically, like, so expensive and hard to get, it kind of disincentivizes me from trying to pick them up. Because, I mean, I've got a real hoarder's mentality anyway when it comes to video games and picking up items. Oh. Alright. And you said this boss may be weak to lightning, but it's not like you have a lightning weapon fully upgraded right now. Most of those weaknesses don't really match up to sheer damage output, which makes the strength build usually the most effective. Elda says you didn't realize you could boost bonfires at all without the Rite of Kindling. So, cool, I'm glad you're learning something new then. Katie says, you were rewatching the last Dark Souls 3 stream to check if you mentioned something there and you don't know how much you wrote Chloranthy, but you definitely haven't spelled it correctly even once. So yeah, think of like Chloranthy like chlorophyll, and that might help. It's Chloranthy. The sorcerers can enchant their weapons. Armor and levels are a poor mix, they screw each other's balance. The point is to make certain builds have an easier time with certain enemies than others. Generally, most things outside Anne Orlando are weak to lightning. Elda, you hoarded as well, so you rarely use the bombs. Okay. How do we get the damn Drake to spawn in again? Maybe we just need to talk to Solaire and that'll mess with its triggers? That'd be kind of weird.
Oh, hello there. The sun, if only...
Huh. Well, this is annoying. I might just continue on and just make a mental note that we'll need to go back for the Drake later. So normally you don't go in the front way. You come in the back way. So that's kind of what we're gonna do. Immersion broken. Getting beasted by a rat. Oh. I don't have a lot of health. Okay. That's the drawback of this Zweihander. You're very, very, very slow. But that's fine. I'm still getting used to the timing of things. And relying on a broken weapon. Oh yeah, speaking of broken weapons, let's remove that. So we can actually roll again. Oh wait, why is he there? It was random. So this is probably what I did my first time around. Okay, well, maybe they were just waiting for me to unequip the bow. Damn, 2 hits causes poison. Rats are kind of tough this early on. Alright, alright. You say as if you knew how to spell chlorophyll? Well, it might help if, like, you know the basic roots of words. And sorry if that comes across, like, a little bit more snarky than I mean. But I tend to, like, break things up into chunks, and that's how I kind of remember certain things like that. Someone gets some Solaire some sunglasses before he fries his brain. Oh no, no, no. Okay, okay. Can't roll apparently. Holy crap. I can't believe they made an actual Soulsborne game where you can't just have all of your weapons clip through the walls. My pro strats are now ruined. Well, let's equip our bow again, and then try to not fall off the side of the world for once. Oh, what the sh... I'm gonna die to rats again. We drew their aggro and their ire. I don't even have words for that. That's just... ganked by rats, man. Effervescent said you were lucky enough to get the Black Knight sword, so you just beat the Gargoyles and now you get it to +3, so the game will be a cakewalk until Anor Londo. That's nice. Yeah, I was hoping to get the Black Knight sword, or like the Great Sword. Maybe this one doesn't drop the Great Sword now that I think about it, but... yeah, getting any of the Black Knight equipment is pretty broken early on, provided you have the stats or the knowledge of how to like wield them properly. Oh, okay, I didn't have that two-handed. Oh, oh wait, it lived? Oh, yeah, actually I want to pick those up before I fall off the side of the world again. Alright, it just sounded weird when I stopped like that. So we screwed that up. Let's... wonder... low. A bit too high. Oh no. Damn it. Alright. This is the quality content we've all signed up for. The deep lore. Alright. Elda says that's why an etymology class is a good idea for you young people. For a lot of people, honestly. Alright, let's try to get up this ladder. Effervescent says, you wish you got the Black Knight Greatsword. That's one of your favorite weapons. You hope I get it. Thank you. Steven says, you may have to cross into the next area, maybe if you want to get the parachute or overset the Drake. Yeah, it's kind of weird that that's... Like, we had essentially just had to die and come through the bottom of it. Because I remember I was having difficulties getting it on my Platinum character just because the same thing had happened. But I didn't remember the trigger of how to get it back exactly. But it's all good now. Let's try it this way. Oh, I one-handed it and I still missed. Okay. I'll just have to go like slow and steady, I think. I don't know how much damage I'm doing though. I'll probably turn the HUD on. It's because this is a bit tedious. That's not how you fire a bow. Can't even see how much damage I'm doing. Well, if I can't see how much damage I'm doing, I'll turn the HUD back off. Molotoving is useful in stages. Oop. Damn it. Can't be wasting arrows like that. So much for not wasting arrows, huh? Here it's... Like how the scale mirrors in Demon Souls had to be damaged with Pierce of Blunt damage? I feel like I should be able to hit tail, but maybe not with this Vihander. Alright, probably not like that. Okay. Wait, this will probably be the smarter way to do it then. Oh wait, we have the fire bombs too. A little bit slow on that. Trying it. If it was stationary, I could read chat well. No, we can't. Damn it. My idea is now working. Yeah, I think I can only get the one arrow in when it's close, unless I have a better way of aiming. Hey, we got it. Okay. So that only took 3 years. And now we can't shoot its tail. We could try to kill it, though. I mean, that'll probably be a big mistake, but that hasn't stopped us from doing things before. Oh damn it, these things are still alive. Stop shooting me! We're dead. I don't know where it's going. Oh, that's not good. Alright. Well, that was a pretty decent try, I think. You can just straight up kill it with a bunch of arrows, but that just takes forever, obviously. Okay. So I'll catch up with you guys. Sorry for being so quiet during that. Okay. You guys have been going at it for a bit? Okay. You really like how the... Oh yeah, read that one. Molotoving is useful in stages where you're weak, and paper buffing helps. You remember playing Zweihander build and upgrading the weapon until you killed gargoyles in a few hits? Alright. Use fire on furry and lightning on squishy. Those are good, you should have done it more. Even with the base level Zweihander, put on a pine resin, you kill them in 4 hits? Really? Makes sense just for the resin. Elda says you never smote a gentleman when he declares a sunny D-break. You really like that Bloodborne incorporated scaling into items. Philippe says, it's kind of a second layer problem. Even when it's good, it's easy to just not do it. Yeah, I agree. DS2 had the spider monkeys not attack you if you held the torch. Using poison or fire items preventively in Sekiro. We killed these little hollows. Oh yeah, and then we actually need to like read our lore. The whole thing we've been hunting for. We got the claymore, and then we got our Drake sword above. You liked how Bloodborne incorporated scaling and how it handled tools to an extent. Honestly, they could have dedicated the sub-weapon slot to throwable items and tools rather than just guns. DS2, okay, I have the spider monkeys, and then the thing of Sekiro. Oh, you didn't know that torch trick, Philippe? SRAB23, welcome in. You said, recently discovered the Bloodborne translation difference videos. You very much appreciate the work. Thank you very much. Hopefully we will start producing more Dark Souls stuff in the near future. Souls games have the issue where the items are limited and rarely more useful than brute skill. Yeah. You guess it's not an issue for everyone, but it makes the games a bit shallow that you can beat everything with dodges and counters. You think the core of your gripe is that you get all the tools and weapons, but you never have to use any of them. You can just brute force everything with a fully upgraded giant sword. You don't know how you make it work without designing the whole game around them, though. Yeah, that's one of the harder things as a designer. Like, even just something simple like trying to design stages for Mario Maker 2 and seeing people either not get the flow of the levels down well or just completely break them in unexpected ways can really help just show even just like regular folk how much really goes into like game development and level design more specifically. Eldest says, you think the damage display is closer to the Dragon's Court? Yeah. Well, even Mega Man can be beaten that way with just the Mega Buster. That's true. But at least with Mega Man, there is like a lot more incentive to actually use the power-ups. So Dark Souls, it doesn't necessarily incentivize it, other than just having it there for replayability. So there's both pros and cons to it. I do appreciate the games overall, that you can be as stubborn as you want to be and just, you know, beat the game as a giant dad or Pyromancer, Miracle User. It's enjoyable for different reasons for different people, I suppose. The thing is, you're not making decisions, you're just following on what you know and what works. The arrow is hanging on by his liver. Effervescent says, the Drake's Sword is great to start off with, but because of no scaling, it's crap after mid-game. Rejoice. That's not the only thing. If you're min-maxing, you're not making decisions on the moment, but you're making decisions in the long run. Philippe says, you think it's a huge problem in gaming overall? There's always a bunch of items nobody uses. Yeah, it is really hard to balance that. Certain games do it better, others don't, I guess. Find a build you're actually into, stick to it, and you won't find it boring. Yeah, don't optimize. So this is the Claymore. It's a larger type of greatsword, which is normally wielded with two hands due to its weight. This highly flexible greatsword can be used to attack in swings or thrusts. Drake's Sword. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, is formed by a drake's tail. Drakes are seen as undeveloped imitators of the dragons, but in they are likely their distant kin. That's kind of weird English. It's probably we're gonna say like, but in all likelihood they're distant kin or something like that. Okay, anyway. The sword is imbued with a mystical power to be released when held with both hands. So the term that they use for mystical power is Shinpi, which is like one of the videos I made kind of the focus of one of my Bloodborne videos. I don't think it, I mean, obviously don't believe it means the same kind of thing as in Shinpi in Bloodborne, but I have been looking into some of the Dark Souls stuff more recently, and it seems that the term does come up at least somewhat consistently when referencing things related to both dragons and eyes. So I don't know if there's more of a connection between those. And so from the rats we can get that humanity, and that was one of the things that I was talking about. You actually get like the hard, non-liquid humanity, which is pretty interesting to consider. I don't think I opened the door by the Drake, by the other bonfire. It's okay. We unlocked it at least. Yeah, I'm a little bit foolish for not doing that. So that was the hard part to get through, essentially. I'm surprised it took so long, but I mean, just trying to farm the Drake is like that sometimes. Coming up here, we don't get our scary friend, do we? That's the next tower. No, maybe it is this one, because it's so... He heard us. Our man's is looking. So this one has the great sword. This might be a mistake. Damn. Tracking though. Oof. We just got yeeted. I tried to be slick and roll behind him. Didn't get it done though. I might take this as the opportunity to go back through the other bonfire way. Since we've already cleared out what we needed to in the bottom area. So let's farm our souls again. So yeah, as you guys have seen, like, I've not really tried to farm here as much as it is just me screwing up a bit, but we've already leveled up like 5 or 6 times just from this Drake doing the work for us. So it's a really handy leveling spot. And we already bought all the stuff from the merchant that we needed. Let's put on our bow again, and then we'll hit the Drake and then run away. Here's the bow. I think its tail respawns in... Yeah. I forgot to open up this lever. Rookie mistake. I forgot you actually need to repair things. Okay. So we could kindle this and reverse hollowing again. How many humanity do I have? Well, I just died. Never mind. Need to pick up my my blood stain and then do it. Sekiro tools you think came closer to what you'd like, but they're rarely useful and needed a resource, and that was annoying to recover. Yeah, they could have done better with managing the resources in Sekiro. Especially the Divine Confetti. I feel like that was like the biggest... Damn it. I was wondering what the hell was stomping. That's not good. Hey, we finally got a backstab off. Oh. R2. Oh, okay, we killed it really quickly. Got another chunk, which is nice. I guess I could have, like, save scummed for its weapons, but I probably wouldn't use it anyway. I think it'd be beyond my capability to at this point, actually. Now let's see if we can level up. We probably can. Alright. Ooh, we have 4 souls left. Okay. It's a good level up. Alright, now I'll catch up with you guys. Sounds like you should play action games rather than Souls, no offense. Steven loves the Claymore. Phobos says the Drake sword is the worst enemy. Oh, this Drake is the worst enemy in the game, and yet he's not half as annoying as the ones in Demon Souls. Bleep says, you think this one's pretty cheap? Even if you see him coming, it's designed in a way where you'll die if you don't know the specific way out. Through the Blue Drake and Demon Souls, you don't even think there is a safe way to approach. Yeah, I feel like the Drake is just kind of a way for the devs to laugh at people die if they watch them stream or something. Oh, let's get rid of our bow again. Oh, no, 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 no. That's... I wasn't trying to do that. Actually, do these things explode when you hit them? Ow. Now let's ignore the infantry dude. Get the alluring skull. I think you can actually throw the skull into that bonfire type thing and probably just kill the pig. Actually, I might try it. Actually make a big brain play for once instead of just, we've got his Vihander. GG. Oh, damn it, I saw him. I heard him. Let's equip the skull. Damn it, I'm not far enough. Oh, it kind of worked. Let's try it a little bit higher. Oh, it's really trying to get me. Which, I mean, isn't surprising. But you can just backstab those things and they die pretty quickly, if I remember correctly. Kind of like the pigs in Bloodborne. Well, that's not how you do it, though. Dang it, didn't drop anything. So we can't go through this little gate here. This little hollow is essentially taunting us. Something else just died. I guess... I mean, I kind of remember that happening in Prepare to Die Edition too, but I kind of would have imagined they would have fixed it for this one. But I guess it just shows how little they touched it other than the graphics. So when things die like that, I tend to think it's a product of them like loading in areas early and then like despawning them if you kind of walk away or something along those lines. I thought there was something else up here. Okay, maybe not. I don't know what keeps dying. But here we start to get ganked. Phobos said, tools in Sekiro are a step in the right direction. You think if that direction is making an action game? Steven says, you feel like the Hellkite Drake is a welcome to Dark Souls kind of thing. Yeah. You beat a boss, you think you're about to be in the clear? Nope. Oh yeah, this one's the bait one. Is there more to it? Damn it. I even said that was the bait one and I still got hit by it, essentially. The old razzle dazzle, just back up and then hit. We get a mystery key. And then I think there's a dude that'll gank us up top. Otako from Fedito, welcome to the stream. You said, the fact that the remastered is more broken than the original game makes you sad. So maybe I was misremembering about somebody. Well, I guess it could have fallen into its death, who knows. So there's just a random corpse up here. Largest soul of an undead. So we'll take a look at our mystery key here before climbing up the ladder. The purpose of this key is unknown. It appears to be a basic prison cell key. So if I remember correctly, that one might be what's used to get us access to Lautrec. Kind of don't remember some of the smaller details like that, though. Oh yeah, I forgot there's actually a fog wall here. Oh, this is a stupid god pig. No wonder its descendants moved into the dank sewers. Phobos says, however, while mechanically they're unique, they're not very well balanced in the larger context of the game, and they don't feel like they expand the gameplay. The emblem system was also very poorly handled, as well as the upgrade trees. And then there's the combat arts. Yeah. I mean, when I think of the FromSoft games, I do think of them trying to innovate and create stuff that's new, and maybe not like entirely new. That was weird. New for gaming itself, but just new for the company and what's good for them. So, with that being said, they typically don't keep doing something that hasn't worked in the past. And so one of the examples that I cite quite often is they tried something new with the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, but they didn't like try to force that feature back into or back down our throats by the time of like Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro. So if they don't get something quite right, I'm not like too upset about it. Because typically they just kind of remake the same game over and over and refine it. And Sekiro is a bit more of the exception to that. So we got the Baldur helm from our Baldur Knight friend over there. I guess we didn't read the hollow stuff. So helm worn by hollow soldiers. It may be old and battered, but its iron construction makes it quite sturdy. It is wise to wear a sturdy form of head protection against arrows and other physical threats. Helm worn by the Knights of the Ancient Kingdom of Baldur. It is made from thick iron plates. Baldur was the homeland of Night King Rendel, but it came to ruin after a great many undead were spawned. So that, at the very least, the Baldur helm does show us that the undead and the hollows are kind of a plague on countries because the kingdom of Baldur fell to ruin as a product of the hollows kind of running amok and being the equivalent of zombies in this universe. Christian Doherty, welcome to the stream. He said, do fog walls have any lore explanation, or is it purely a gameplay mechanic? I feel like in the time of Dark Souls, it's more of a gameplay mechanic. I think there might be more of a reason in Demon Souls, so somebody in chat who's played that might be able to answer that a bit better. But generally, I look at it as like the gameplay mechanic, mostly. But thank you for your question. And welcome to the stream. Elda said, how would you like it if you were Vi-handed while chugging Sunny D, you jerk? I mean, you reap what you sow? I don't know. Which side is he on? That one. You jerk. Oh, we got two coming. Bonk! Oh, that one only took the one. Okay, interesting. Sunny D, the drink of gods and hollows. Coming up through here, we can pretty much go see Andre right now. I'll just go through the front real quick, I suppose. Hopefully we don't die to something silly. So we got a Baldur Knight chasing us. Probably because I was actually looking at it. Step to me. You get the halberd, so that's the weapon that carried me through my first playthrough. I literally just poked everything to death from my range. Because I was not very good. Not that I'm very good now either, it's just I'm better than I used to be at least. You get the basement key. This is kind of a shortcut, but I mean, if you just go to Andre, there's like really no reason to spawn back in at that other bonfire. And coming through the front of the Undead church is a little bit painful. That's pretty much all we needed from there. And we'll check out that key right now. Basement key opens the door, opens the narrow passage leading below at the far face of the Great Bridge in the Undead Burg. The lower Undead Burg is a treacherous place. Do not turn your back on the wily thieves or the wild dogs who serve the Capra demon. So if I remember correctly, that's the key that goes to the other side of the bridge where Solaire was. But I might not be remembering properly either. Just trying to not get stabbed, or shot rather. I feel like getting hit with an arrow is essentially, you know, being stabbed from a distance. Bonk. Rudolph von Stroheim, welcome to the stream. He said, now that was kind of a BS statement. From Souls games are all completely different despite sharing a lot of common features, but it's more like their trademark brand of RPG, not the same game. I mean, I was being hyperbolic, but when you like look at a lot of the themes that they use them in many of their games. So when I say like they remake the same game over and over, I wasn't being like totally sincere. It's a bit more of a joke because when we look at enemies like the Headless Bloodletting Beast kind of being repurposed into the Guardian Ape and Sekiro, stuff like that, there is just like a lot of kind of hilarious or uncanny similarities that are really only explained super well when we look at the games in context of each other. And so at least like branching off that point sooner or more further, I guess, would be that when you look at the combat mechanics from like Dark Souls 1 going into Bloodborne, then into Dark Souls 3, it has like a very kind of traceable lineage. So that's kind of what I really am getting at with that kind of statement there.
Well, you must be a new arrival.
Forgot we need to save our game before talking to new NPCs in case we need to get multiple vantage points of that dialogue. But also, I honestly don't mind that you called me out on making a BS statement. You guys are free to do that. Elda says, Demon Souls, the deep fog is a thing. It includes perception, and if there is enough of it with no souls to perceive, with no souls to perceive, reality unforms. Interesting. Philippe says it's more gameplay than lore in Dark Souls. That's kind of how I always thought of it. And Otako says, you think it's supposed to be the remnants of the fog that covered the world in the time of the ancient dragons. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Rudolph says, you see. Elda said, you wonder what the deal is with the dogs? Like, does an excess of curses mutate the fauna? Or maybe eating undead or souls? Probably. Because, at least with the pig, you do see it chase, like, the alluring skulls. And the dogs would as well. So they probably do consume souls, and even that idea is kind of shown up again in like Bloodborne with like the dogs chasing the pungent blood cocktails. Actually, let's turn into a human for this. How much humanity and stuff do I have? Yeah, let's just... Okay, we have 0. Okay, that's fine. Kindling at Andre's bonfire is totally fine by me. And I guess I should have saved it after becoming human. So yeah, the last time I played through Dark Souls 1, I kind of just skipped everything, and I went to Pinwheel first, and still one-shot him with just like this Zweihander. But I got it like upgraded to +3 with Vamos, so that probably impacted things a lot. But I was just still kind of surprised at how easy it was for me to go through Pinwheel. Because I was extremely low level at that point, and I was having trouble like getting through the catacombs essentially, or whatever it's called, before the Undead. Or the giant crypt area. Philippe says, reusing concepts is common in games, yes. I feel like for the Dark Souls games, they definitely reuse a lot of their concepts. more so than in other games. But I guess to be fair, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just leave it there, I suppose. Blue Mew, welcome back. You said they have a common design philosophy, but different aspects and focus on each game, not in a series. Yes. Sleep says, you think all living beings can turn undead? You do find that all of the Souls games have a very similar feel, even if the mechanics and pacing may be different. Blue Mew says, even if you play Kingsfield, Echo Knight, you'll see it. Effervescent says, Andre says you're a Shinkao, a new face. Shingao. Blue Mew says, maybe Otogi, but no one played that unless they had an Xbox and one of the 1% that played Japanese games on their system. You wonder if the Nameless King agreed to be unnamed in exchange for not genociding the dragons completely? Hell, he might have bowed out just to save Baby Deer. Rudolph says, also on the subject of incentives, all of Miyazaki's games since Armored Core 4 and FA. FA, what's FA? All I can think of right now is Full Metal Alchemist, which is totally not it. They have literally two main leverage points, beating the shit out of the player and roleplay. It seems like he puts pure playability first. Yeah, he definitely does. He's kind of even said that in his interviews, as far as like creating the stories of the games is secondary to making the games playable first. This is one of the best bonfires to kindle with his strategic placement. Yes. Elda says, one-shotted Pinwheel? Damn. I've only ever one-shot Pinwheel. My first time through, and then also on like the low-level character. So I don't know what he's like at his full potential, I guess. I might need to try him at SL1 or something without like an upgraded weapon and really feel the pain. Like dancer style. Philippe says, is Pinwheel kind of tricky in the early game since he actually has time to spawn clones? At least with the Zweihander, like I just hit him and he got staggered. So I think I was like level 15 or 18, something around there. Like, so I was a little decently leveled up, but still really low for that portion of the game overall. Rudolph said, you're talking about the incentive to use different items / armor and weapons. Okay. You feel like Pinwheel's a pure joke boss, but also catacombs are probably meant for, like, beforehand Orlando to give the players fire weapons. Edie says Pinwheel's easy, other than breaking the news include people die when they're killed and water's wet. ACFA equals Armored Core for answer. Okay. Your second favorite after the original Demon Souls. I'd be interested in playing an Armored Core. I haven't, but it's also a franchise that they haven't touched for a while. Kind of weird how they like made the anvil glow at an angle like that. I wonder if we could show that off in the binoculars. Kinda. Oh, it's just like the face of it, I guess. Effervescent says Xbox is actually picking up serious traction in Japan with what Sony's been moving to California and giving their home country the stiff. Xbox Series X is still sold out in Japan. I feel like people just need like the next gen consoles, but good for Microsoft then. So this is our good old buddy Andre of Astora, and as you can see, he's a blacksmith and he's devoted to his work. Which I wonder. This might be a decent advantage.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astora.
That kind of looked goofy. Him looking straight on. Let's try it like this. Okay, this looks decent.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astora. If you require smithing, then speak to me. Most weapons and armor are mighty sturdy indeed, but every hunk of metal has its breaking point. If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. You can ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you, so pay them a little respect. You got some nerve coming at me like that. I'll tear you to shreds, you bloody hollow.
The fists. It's a little bit disappointing I didn't make the betrayal dialogue work a little bit better, but it's okay. I forget that we need to two-hand the weapon. The drop kick. I want to show that off, actually. Not like this, though. Oh, it rolled me into him instead of away. Interesting he doesn't have killing dialogue. Rudolph says, but since you just boot up for answer, you immediately know that this game is directed by him. Andre's such a Chad, he doesn't need a leather apron. Let's prepare for an hour of him trying to kill Andre. Is Andre, like, super overpowered? I mean, I feel like we could probably just stun him repeatedly. Missed the drop kick. Oh, he just walks through the weapon. Okay. That makes sense. That's funny. Effervescence says PC is pretty much your only option at this point if you went next-gen gaming, unless you're willing to fork up your cash to eBay scalpers. Yeah, kind of. The real unfortunate thing is just how little options are available for like top-end quality gaming cards, and because of that, it's really like tanking the market for like a lot of not software, but hardware like that in general. Oh. Keep having the binoculars out. Alright, so this will be a good way to actually fight him now. Dark Souls is full of those experimental and weird systems. Damn, he boxed you to death, fight back, and he goes pro wrestling. Let's actually pull out our Estus. So maybe now we'll be able to show off that dropkick a little bit better? Okay, hopefully. Oh. Getting jab locked like it's Smash Brothers. Never mind, he dive kicked. Wrestling LOL. The boxing camp. He does like an atomic elbow too. Ooh. It's really sad that the majority of PS5, Xbox Series X's are sitting in the hands of scalpers, not actual players. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit infuriating. Like, I've been trying to pick up the PS5 for well over a month at this point, and don't have anything to show for it. Other than my disappointment, really. Ooh, we're dead. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Dude punches hard. Obviously. Do you feel like Andre being a pro wrestler is like... Was he just teabagging me? It's like an Easter egg. They'll return them before the end of the year when warranty runs out, and good luck to them then. Greed only takes you so far. Andre's dad must have been quite the guy. Your brother managed to get a PS5, you're mostly playing it to play PS4 games. Yeah, there aren't like a ton of new PS5 games, obviously. They just released another Ratchet and Clank trailer today. I don't know if you guys are into that. I've never played any of them, but I'll say like those trailers looked really, really good and kind of exciting. Damn. Stun locked. I shouldn't worry about the souls, and I'll just kite him upstairs then. Actually get some space to move around in. Because with this Zweihander, he'll be able to close the distance too quickly for me. Also, I could probably just like use the stairs to my advantage. Oh, no. Damn, who knew that fists were the meta PvP pick? Dwarf Show, welcome back. You said the Blacksmith and the Souls games are always a freaking beast that'll tear you apart with their bare hands. Andre in 3 doesn't fight back. So this is kind of a surprise, because, I mean, never had a reason to actually try to fight Andre. Damn, just one hit and that's pretty much GG. Okay. I mean, I could change out the weapon because it's a +0 Zweihander, or I could have just like upgraded before picking him off. But just the footage of him talking about betrayal was a little bit too enticing to pass up. Andre is supposed to be related to Gwyn, so no wonder he's such a beast, but that relationship was cut. Only relationship, not ability to kick ass. You use Andre's Bonefire more than Firelink's? Ah, yeah, I could believe it. Holy crap. That's like scarier than the Mimic. He's drop kicking us into next week, man. Oh, I thought he was gonna hit me. Well, he did. Roll away. Alright, yeah, just too slow with his Vinehander. Alright, we'll probably switch out the weapon then. Time to activate that forbidden mechanic, poise. Oh yeah, that wouldn't be too bad an idea. I don't think I have... Well, I guess I could, because, I mean... I don't think I have better armor. Especially not after trying to kill Solaire. Where's our poise stat? Oh, the Hollow has way better poise. Okay, that totally... This'll look like booty for actually like getting his death dialogue. I couldn't roll away. Andre is the Mimic confirmed. Sleep says the Andre bonfire is about as much of a key location. It connects to 3 major levels and is very close to Firelink, so it becomes your new hub if the Firekeeper dies. Yeah. You need to bait his dropkick and punish him? Probably. The only thing is if he gets one punch off, that can pretty much be GG. I could also just like... Well, I guess I can't poise through that. I was gonna say, I could also just not try to kill him now and just try it later. When we actually have like the equipment and stats to do it. So I'll give him like one more try with the base style armor, and then I'll just reload it and not piss him off this time around. Because Andre will stick around. Unlike characters like Solaire and whatnot who will leave. Rip. Okay. Yeah, he just stun locks me, and I can't live through that 3-hit combo. Dude's been working at the boxing gym. Download, not upload, because that'd be really bad. Okay. So, as they say, it sucks to suck. And I suck. Boba says, you think it's more a reference to Big M in Demon Souls, a blacksmith that cleaned the caves he lived in from a giant lava bug by punching him to death? Not for the wall, that kick would send you 20 kilometers flying straight to God. You'd get to the gold ring from the Darker Garden? It's not far away. Wolf ring, okay. No use, you have to use that. Insert melodramatic flashback to an LP promising Master Miyazaki's to never use poise again. Yeah, I mean, I still have my base vitality, so it kind of makes a little bit sense that we can't live through one combo. It's just we can't even dodge between his punches. Maybe I could have been able to hold up the Zweihander to block, but I don't think that would have helped.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astoran. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
It's interesting that he has like the mouth physics. It kind of makes sense because, as you guys were pointing out, he did have like more of a larger role in the content that they took away. But all of the other NPCs don't. Even in like Dark Souls 3, which is kind of funny. So they might have just left it in as kind of a gag relic. So let's talk to him.
Most weapons and armor are mighty sturdy indeed. But every hunk of metal has its breaking point. If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. You can ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you, so pay them a little respect, eh? There are two types of weapon forging. There's reinforcement and there's ascension. Reinforcement is simple. It strengthens the weapon and nothing more. A simple task for any blacksmith. Hell, you could even do it yourself with a smith box. But Ascension's a finer art. It alters a weapon's properties. Ascension is the territory of we blacksmiths. A smith box just won't do the trick. Start out with reinforcement. When that loses its charm, you can consider Ascension. As you've noticed, this land is flush with the mad and wicked. You won't make it through the night without employing my services. You can forge armor just like you do weapons. Forging armor is even easier than forging weapons. Whether you forge weapons or armor first, well, that's up to you. But nobody wants to see you go hollow. So whatever you do, you'd better do it well.
Alright.
But no,
So that's all of good old trusty Andre's dialogue there. And from him we can purchase Titanite shards, which is fantastic if you ever wanted to like grind and get stronger weapons super early. I think we'll probably need to buy a couple of those just to upgrade our stuff. But from him we can also get the Crest of Artorias. Obviously that's for the DLC. I mean, I suppose it's not obvious, but it's obvious that it's a little bit beyond our grasp right now, considering how much more expensive it is compared to everything else. This will allow us to reinforce the weapons and armor, most obviously. Why do I keep saying obviously? And he has his Cestus, which he just beat the living crap out of us with, as well as a bunch of random equipment. So from him you can also get the Hellkite shield, which does have 100% physical resistance, and it's really strong against fall fire, which is nice, and the caduceus kite shield as well. So I think one was slightly less heavy than the other. I don't remember. Where's the weight? Oh no, they weigh the same. These had the exact same stats, so I don't really know what the difference is other than like appearances. So I like to get the caduceus kite shield for some playthroughs. Maybe they scale differently? I doubt it though. It's something I never really paid too much attention to, like upgrading the shields. Except for like the ones that are just kind of broken. So let's go with the weaponsmith box. Or actually let's reinforce our Zweihander and see how much it'll take to do that. Oh, so it's only one, and then we probably just need double that. So it's really only one more shard? Okay. So this will actually get us rolling along pretty well. Let's reinforce the Zweihander again, because it's broken. Okay, so now we need two.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow. Well, hello. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Right, we did get the gesture, and okay.
Don't get yourself killed.
Coming into the next room, we can find a Titanite Demon, which is a little bit tough to face this early on. Actually, I might do it just for the hell of it, but what was I about to do? Actually, yeah, fighting the Titanite Demon will give us a decent amount of souls right now. Maybe we need to go back to Firelink and listen to everybody again. They might have different dialogue since we've killed a boss. Probably should think about doing that more often. We don't need to go like all the way back through the Undead Burg. We can access the little elevator. I don't know if that'll change any triggers though. With the strength of blacksmiths, they challenge the dragons. Elda says, Go is easy to hit, but just tough too. Yeah, Go killed me, surprisingly. I'm like, oh, this is a giant. They're all kind of scrubs, but I think I died to him, surprisingly. Kind of a shame they ditched the term Ascension for Infusion. So you guess Reinforcement and Lore is just supposed to be engraving weapons with tunes made from the Titanite and Souls. Stella B, welcome to the stream. You said you finally showed up to one of these? Yay. Nice to have you. Welcome in. Katie says, when Miyazaki decided to not give anyone moving mouths, Andre gave him a dropkick and convinced him to make an exception. If you keep a shield on your back, you gain their passive buffs. Yeah, so right now, we don't have the... what's called? The equipment load to spare putting a shield on our back. Actually, we do, a little bit. We have a little bit of weight to work with. So I could have been wearing a helmet for a while now. But I can't still dual wield this Zweihander. So the heater shield is just as good, really, as the others. Okay. So yeah, I guess stamina does increase the equipment load in this one. I forget how the stats are allocated for a while. Oh yeah, I was gonna go try to fight the Titanite Demon. Oh yeah, and we did... I guess I just used all the Titanite shards. I never read the Titanite shard description, now that I think about it. I'm actually not too terrible at fighting the Titanite Demon, just because I practiced, kind of, on my Platinum run. So, Titanite Shard for weapon reinforcement. Most common Titanite material. Reinforces standard weapons to +5. Titanite shards are fragments of the legendary slabs. Titanite is etched into weapons to reinforce. So, I'll read this stuff later on when we actually pick it up.
I'll be seeing you then.
Maybe... Yeah, I guess I won't. Because I think he says not to go into Darker Garden later on. Yeah, I'll leave it there. It's not the end of the world if we don't do that. Oh, that's towards Sen. Oh, wait, we can talk to our onion friend. May as well. The Titanite Demon knows better than to interrupt Andre. Okay, so this is our good friend Siegvard of... No, not Siegvard. Siegmeyer of Katarina. I tend to confuse all of the Onion Knights, except for Sieglinde, because she's a female. I've gotten a lot better since like playing back through Dark Souls 3 at keeping them straight in my head. But sometimes I still mistakenly say the opposite one. Siegmeyer's the best Final Fantasy character. Oh no, Sieg, run! Is Nightbot not working? I don't think I actually brought him in. Look, no wonder why my posture is so bad right now. Alright. Hopefully the bot will be working shortly. Tell me to stop being a banana. This is our onion friend. Looks like you can actually see more details on the armor. I suppose that should be pretty self-evident with the remaster. A little bit off-center, but that'll do. Angle do I want for this? Probably good enough.
Oh, forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
Always with the laughter.
Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Oh! Is it? Well, I'm certainly not backing down. By the honor of my knighthood.
This guy coming at me with his Vihander. Where does he get the nerve? Okay. I was joking. Oh damn, one shot, that's cool. It's a little unfortunate he doesn't have any, like, screw you, you got died dialogue there. Buff, welcome to the stream. He said Loreheads be like, no, I didn't kill the Titanite Demon, but I got all the dialogue options of the Onion Knights. We will kill the Titanite Demon. You're also not wrong there. Philippe says Siegvard is basically just Siegmeyer mixed with Bior from Demon Souls. You hope Andre hears this and runs to avenge his friend. Andre, please no. Dad onion, wholesome onion, girl onion. Look at my souls. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh. That was weird. The lack of tracking at times. The derivative did take you out of the game a bit. Emlyn, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you again. They need to give Andre Gundir's grab. You wish Dark Souls 3 Andre was tough too. So, every time we're spawning in, our souls are getting closer to us little by little. Uh-oh, we're dead. I mean, if he hits us once, we're dead. Oh, damn it. Get him around him. Ooh, got a little bit lucky. Now we're dead. Oh. Almost dead. Swing! By-hander strats. Right there, he's two-handing. Oh. Good play on his part. I wasn't expecting that. Loop says, you don't know why it bothers you with Siegfried, but not guys like Crestfallen, Patches, or Andre? It's kind of funny, yeah. Because now that you mention it that way, I kind of feel the same way. I mean, I like Siegmeyer the most, obviously, but he does feel a lot more derivative. Maybe it's because he has the exact same armor? Whereas, like, the Crestfallen dude and Patches, at least they have different get-ups. Thought he was about to pull out his shield and alley-oop me again. Well, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have panicked rolled and done a smarter roll. Okay. I guess it's easy to believe that these people somehow are still around instead of having this other person who is near identical to someone else you met before. KD says you have to go. You don't want to see good onion be killed and need to wake up early. Remember, onions are good for you, and so is vitamin D. So yeah, we need onions. We need to chop them up. But thank you once again for dropping in, Katie, and for all the chatting. And I hope you have a good one. Oh, damn it. The feels when the R2 is risky. Dwarf Show says Hawkwood also does something different than the Crestfallen Knight does. Yeah, especially with like the challenge with the dragon stuff at the end. Patches almost feels like a force of nature at this point. The guy cross universes. Yeah. Or maybe it's just that Sigurd's different enough for the similarity to feel uncanny. Alright, I just need to not heal against him, I guess. Okay. I mean, I could also come back to Sigurd after the fact. Oh, that hit me? Oh, screwed up. Hesitated. Alright, I'll give him like 2 or 3 more tries, and then we'll just move on. Because while this is, entertaining, it's, I don't know. While it's silly, I do want to progress, I guess. And this is something we're just gonna undo the save for anyway. Oh, we're dead. Okay. That was bad. You think it's a tricky balance between new content and fan service, you suppose? You guess it's worth bringing back a character if you have a new world / ways for them to interact with. Yeah. And with patches at least, there is... I mean, he interacts the same way, but they can set it up differently. So for him, it does kind of work. It also, as you'd mentioned before, he's kind of like a force of nature at this point, as opposed to like just a random character. Whereas the Onion Knights are kind of dopey. So it's, like, their thing gets a little bit tiresome quickly, I think. Like this, okay. Ooh, that was kind of dangerous on my part. I was afraid of that. So I need to, like, hit him right after he swings then. Alright, so this will be the last chance that I do with, Sigurd? No, Siegmeyer. Wait. Damn it, now I've just confused myself. Siegmeyer, yeah. And here I go just saying that I finally got them down just a few minutes ago. It's the most creative they've been with patches in Dark Souls 3. Ooh, that was close. It took too long, but he didn't have a shield out. So, fortunate. Okay. Ooh, that was pretty risky. Okay, and that was just a bad roll. Alright. I mean, I probably could get him, especially now that I've, like, figured it out a bit better. But in the interest of proceeding and, exploring more content, we'll just go forward from now. Oh, it says the Onion Knights just have similar armor and probably some of the same bloodline. No way do you tire of them? The Bloodborne was created with patches. No, okay. I'm trying to upload. I was paying attention. You guess Siegmeyer isn't inviting you to the wine mixer this year? So next we'll go to Firelink Shrine, because I think there might be NPCs with more dialogue there now. And then we'll go ring the first Bell of Awakening, and then explore the depths. Where are we at? Okay, we can talk to him again. It's also funny that Siegmeyer's way to kind of deal with his problems in this world is literally to just wait. Because that pretty much solves everything for him. So this little church here, chapel, is also interesting to me because it's literally like right next to the other one. So maybe they're all supposed to be part of the same structure. I think Andre says at one point like this one got abandoned in favor of the other one over there. So as to whom or what this would have served, I don't know. That kind of interests me. Rudolph says, all of the recurring similar characters and references feel natural and appropriate except for Dark Souls 2. Yeah, and it's because of stuff like that that I kind of made the joke earlier that I feel like they remake the same game over and over. But to be fair, like with the Dark Souls games, they're all about just like repeating cycles. So it is thematic even that they've done that times. Alright, and so coming into this next area, we've got like another church, but when we look up the top, we can see one of Seath's channelers. I don't remember what kind of knight this one is. Probably just a cathedral knight. Did we backstab them? Probably not. Oh, the tracking. I guess we didn't really like need to try. Ooh, we got another Titanite shard. That's lovely. And then there should be 2 or 3 Balder Knights over there. The channeler's seen us, which is annoying. Hey, the 2 birds with 1 stone's by-hander trick. Okay. So this just brings us back out to where we first came through the area with the gate open. It's kind of annoying to go through there. I guess the one hollow doesn't spawn. No, he does. So he runs inside and then pulls down the lever and kind of like taunts us. That's what it was. So there's no real incentive to go back through there since we've already picked up everything. And so this would have been like the immediate way in. So this is the Seath channeler that I was talking about. It'll shoot like it's kind of soul sorcery magic at us. And if I remember correctly, they don't respawn, which is kind of interesting. But later on we can send an NPC over here and it can potentially like kidnap her even if it's not here anymore. So going down this elevator, we will go back to Firelink, and we'll be able to talk to those NPCs, which I was mentioning a moment ago. Rudolph says this game is literally a bunch of assets slapped together. But yeah, I actually didn't mean to come up here, but it's all good. So we can use this to jump over there and like get to the upper portion of Firelink Shrine. So the way that I typically try to make stuff like this work is I'll line my character's head up with where they're going to land. And then try to run straight. I think I could have just rolled, actually. Just didn't have enough to clear the jump. We hear the animating skeletons. A little bit scary. So yeah, if enemies are too close to you, you can't rekindle, or not rekindle, you can't rest at the bonfire. Does Vihander get strong quick? Yeah. I mean, it's strong from the get-go, really, but... Emlyn says the abandoned church might be Nameless's old shrine. That could make sense. And Elda says, people believe it depicts the baby Gwendolyn, but you're not so sure yourself. You think it was the Knight of Rendal? A Knight of Rendal? Rudolph says he's not waiting, he tries to think of a solution, but too hesitant to try hard, and so he sits there in analysis paralysis of a sort. Yeah. So he doesn't want to play like a typical player, despite the Vihander? Yeah. So... maybe I should save it? Maybe I shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just save it. No, never mind. Let's just YOLO it.
Well, what do we have here?
Did I not talk to him? That's weird.
New arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not.
I'll just let him go through everything.
But there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum.
Oh yeah, because we tried to fight Petrus before. That explains. I guess I forgot to talk to him again.
Since you're here, let me help you out. There are actually 2 bells of awakening. One's up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happens. Brilliant, right? Not much to go on, but I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead? Don't you ever think to forge your weapon? You'd better find a smith box soon, unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments. How did that silly sorcerer's apprentice end up? You know, the one always prattling on about Master Logan. He left for the Undead Burg, but never came back. Serves him right. If even old Big Hat can't make it out there, what chance does he have? I hope he enjoys his new life as a hollow.
So this is our first hint as to another NPC that we can meet, and we'll go back to the Undead Burg after we ring the first bell of awakening to free the apprentice, which the crestfallen warrior was talking about.
What? You want to hear more? Oh, that's all we need. Another inquisitive soul. Well, listen carefully then. One of the bells is up above in the undead church, but the lift is broken. You'll have to climb the stairs up the ruins and access the undead burg through the waterway. The other bell is back down below the undead burg, within the plague-infested Blight Town. But I'd die again before I step foot in that cesspool.
I like how slowly this dude's speaking to us like we're just absolute morons. It's kind of funny though, like despite all that, he doesn't really repeat his dialogue, so you really need to be paying attention to just kind of get the flow of where you need to go in the game. So
Bloody hell, what is it now? You ask too many questions. What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
okay.
What?
So I don't know if Rhea and all of them are going to be by Petrus now. Kind of forget when they show up, because it's a little bit out of the way to come back here and like talk to everybody all the time. Steven says, damn, that Zvi's wrecking. That Cathedral Knight gave you trouble in your Dex character. Yeah, so I mean, this is partially why I do feel it's a little bit cheap to use this Vihander, just because it staggers so many things so easily. It does a ridiculous amount of damage if you just like pump up raw strength. And Philippe says, the solution cannot possibly be to rush in and hope for the best. There has to be a smart way to get through this. That's the joy of armor. If you have high enough damage, it basically only chips your damage. The more damage you have, the less armor matters. Yeah. Elda says, so has anyone managed to ring any of the bells before you, or did Emo give up at the gargoyles? So, I think... Do you mean like both of them? Probably not, because I think Frampt says this is like the first time it happened in 1,000 years. We'll probably see a little bit more about that as we continue playing through. Steven says that Firelink Shrine music is so good, same with the character creation screening music. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that the intro screen, like the loading screen, doesn't have the old intro music. Kind of miss it. Philippe says it's not that bad a mechanic. It had some really interesting uses. It just can cause some balance issues when combined with the level-based stats. And that's kind of his job. Having an NPC that braids you for not talking to them is pretty funny. Like, it's the game telling you to figure it out. Effervescent says, when you first talk to Crestfallen in Japanese, he says Hisashiburi to you. Long time no see. Doesn't that imply you've met him before? I don't know if he says that like the first time. I'd probably need to look at his dialogue. So this might have been like the second time. Or, well, I guess technically him saying Hisashiburi doesn't necessarily mean that he recognizes us. It could just be a way of him saying, it's been a while since anybody else has come. So that would be one way to reconcile things, I suppose. Sleep says, basically your gripe with armor is that it creates an imbalance between light and heavy builds. It overly punishes light attacks and overly rewards heavy ones. It's a huge game design puzzle to make it work. Yeah.
Very well.
Alright, so we're done with Petrus then. Alright, so I guess there's nothing to talk to them. Well, I guess we did get the one dialogue from our crestfallen fellow. Oh yeah, and we might be able to level up. I doubt it, but who knows. Actually, yeah, holy crap. Alright, so we're 2 away from being able to one-hand the two-hander. And so, on the first stream, I pointed out that this elevator was inactive, and now we've just activated it. Hey Tiny Boots, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's always a bit of a tough balance between making light weapons effective versus heavy ones, and trying to balance armor between that. Like, in Dark Souls 1, mobility isn't rewarded super well. Hey, we got another shard. That's enough to level up again. The weapon, at least. So there's nothing to the left. So this next room is really annoying. There's going to be like 1,000 little hollow dudes that the channeler right here buffs. Will he actually shoot me from here? Oh no, he'll actually try to fight me. Interesting. Oh, that's not good. Oh, so he buffed all of them. Interesting, okay. Leave me alone. I thought one of them was going to hit me at least. We've all got our crosses to bear. So I think he just forgot we existed? Oh, he might have heard us. I don't think we can get like a good angle to look at it. Ooh, maybe we got lucky. Oh no, he's definitely running away. Our man just tried to Hadoken us. So that's the little channeler gotten rid of. Oh, we're human, so we can probably summon for the Solaire stuff. If we wanted to. Another Balder Knight. Night night. A boulder helm. And so coming over here, we'll find our good old buddy Lautrec. Lautrec, however it's supposed to be pronounced. And I think this dude just has a treasure on him. Another humanity. So there might be like a soapstone thing that's accessible with the one miracle that'll like hint at players to kill, to like break open that door. The way that I first found out about it was just from like the online notes, and then like people told me like beware a liar and all this stuff. So I fought him my first time here, and I didn't know about like his quest line because I got scared by what the notes left behind said. So I think you guys pretty much know the drill here. Upload. Sandy Boot says, hope you're all doing great. Thank you very much. Philippe says, you became very passionate on the subject after playing Salt and Sanctuary and playing a dagger and greatsword in a row. You just realized how utterly different the difficulty was. For Salt and Sanctuary or Dark Souls? Dark Souls has quest lines that screw you over, so it's worth being scared. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, my first time like learning about the lore, it was just a huge brain screw, essentially. Mind blow, I guess is the better way to say that, because of like I had no idea about Koth and the fact that like Frompt could have just been using your own gullibility against you. So actually like learning more about the story was just a huge mind blow in general. Yeah, I know what Salt and Sanctuary is. I was just wondering what you meant with the, between the dagger and the greatsword. Elda says, the drill is malnourished. Lautrec is going to hand you your undead ass. Maybe.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
The mystery key helps him.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Carim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later. Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. You leave me no choice. I was once grateful to you. But if this is our fate, so be it.
When he pulls that out, he's ready to like try to parry, which is a little bit scary. Oh, he's hurt. Okay, he's down to 30. So let's go up the wall again. Oh, I'm at 30. Oh, I'm dead. Ah, he hit the wall. What a scrub.
You despicable curses! How could I?
We get 5 humanity, the Ring of Favor, and Protection. So this dude has like the best ring in the game, pretty much. So there is a lot of incentive to actually kill him here. A boost HP, stamina, load, breaks when removed. So when we look at our stats, we get almost over 100 HP, 20 stamina, and like 11 points of equipment load that we can equip. So this is just broken, essentially. Especially this early on in the game. This is a ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in the legend to possess fateful beauty. This ring boosts its wearer's HP, stamina, and max equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. So, that's what we get for, you know, dying to our onion friend and Andre so much. We got rid of our silver-tongued friend. the first time around. As we should. Philippe says you like Destiny story that gets flipped on their head because that's kind of what Destiny is, a path someone makes for you and rarely for your own benefit. Alta says, nah, you trust Framp? Do you think he's just a sociopath unable to relate to others? Wrong door, Lautrec. The serpents seem to have ulterior motives. Yeah, both of them do. So there's another thing in like Japanese culture, and I feel like it's pretty easy to pick up on, even if like it's not so ingrained into the West, that typically somebody who smiles often or is like always smiling, it's a sign of being untrustworthy, and you can see that happen all the time in like a bunch of anime. One person that comes to mind would be, was it Gin in Bleach? He smiles all the time. I think Kabuto smiled all the time before he like revealed his true nature in Naruto. It's used quite a bit. I can't think of like other like super famous examples, but when we apply that to things like the serpents, it should make people feel uneasy to begin with. Also, like just their appearance in general will probably just do that naturally, I suppose. Philippe says, it's also weird that he serves you in the dark ending, almost as if your choice didn't matter. Yeah. Elda says, Shotel is back on the menu, boys. Rudolph says, mechanically kind of sucks though. For example, the stamina system is not functional and the combat system is entirely dependent on whiff punishes. The lore is pretty cool, however. Effervescent says, you always just let Lautrec go to Firelink and kick him off the ledge and reload for his ring. Yeah. I mean, we can do that there too. We probably will. I was just doing it mostly for the dialogue. I should have let him kill me. Okay. Well, we'll do it again. In your opinion, looks like the stream just died there for a second there. Hold on. Yeah, my bit rate is dropping to like literally 200 there for a second, so hopefully we're better now? Luckily, nope, it's dropping. Dang man, internet issues. So annoying. Hopefully this isn't too bad for you guys. No, I'm just like ping-ponging. It's 32. It's all good. You're well back? Okay. Damn it. Like, I obviously want to keep playing, but this is... It's just like bouncing up and down too much. I might need to like restart. Because this is just kind of a little bit unacceptable to me. Because I know it's going to like keep buffering in between things. Alright, I'll just read your comments. Hopefully that'll go through. Rudolph says, in your opinion, Death's Gambit does the best job at Souls and mechanics and side-scrollers? More like gold-tongued? You've probably put over 150 hours into Salt and Sanctuary. It's one of the most rage-inducing Souls-likes you've ever played. Boba says, yep, it is good. Okay, thanks. A person that always smiling is trying to get you to trust them. Yeah, anime closed-eyed smilers. Yeah. It's the fake smile idea. Oh yeah, Marvelous Chester. That's another example even in this game. His fake mask thing is always smiling. Emlyn says, the fake smile idea, you smile and at the same time lock up and attack, surprise your enemy. Okay, Rudolph was talking about Salt and Sanctuary. Salt and Sanctuary also just fizzles out in the second half. Okay. So, okay, it looks like we're starting to get a bit more stable now. No, as I say that just kind of jinxes it. Quality's dropped, but the stream is alive. Yeah, at least the stream's still going. Okay. Effervescent says, it's sad how most of America has worse internet than most of the third world. Kinda, yeah. And I'm, like, right next to a metropolitan area. It really shouldn't be this bad. For no reason in the middle of the day. Audio's completely fine? Okay. Alright, so then we'll just continue with the Lautrec stuff anyway. So thank you all for bearing with me.
Oh, still I'm in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse. Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Carim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later. Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. I've just been freed. Allow me some time. I am free. Now, I can get back to work. Well, what have we here? Are you sure about this? I am free.
Pick him, and he has the show tells. Actually, it's Lautrec. Carim is filled with weirdos. It's no Katarina. Man, he is tired. Carim seems to be an unjustified the means country. You think that blood is coming from your fist and not him? Probably. I'm surprised that he hasn't aggroed yet. I mean, I was surprised a while ago, obviously, but...
You leave me no choice. I was once grateful to you. But if this is our fate, so be it.
I guess he doesn't even say anything. Well, at least now we know. And then he goes back to his cell. That's kind of funny. I mean, it's obviously more AI than anything else. But now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and download. And then just set him free for realsies, and then go fight our gargoyle Z's. You punched a wall, doesn't that hurt? I mean, that's the real gamer move, right? To get mad and punch walls. Rudolph says, you think that Japan has developed a strange image of betrayal? It is still looked down upon, but is very natural. Quite a contrast to Western Christian cultures, where it was also common, but a taboo. Should have two-handed your fists? Didn't even think about that. But it's kind of a funny concept. Two-hand fists. Why was Lautrec just imprisoned? They only kill you. That's a good question. Based on what we can see with him later on, it seems like he's stockpiling humanity and stealing it from others. I think just right before we came over here, we got the red-eye orbs. Or is that something we just got from him? I don't remember. No. Okay. So he'll move into Firelink next. Should I go back to Firelink and have him be there before dealing with the gargoyles? Maybe there'll be different dialogue. Yeah, let's do it. He's a homered bone. Did I ever actually read these? Maybe. Anyway, The only important thing is it allows players to temporarily imitate this ability normally limited to the Dark Wraiths of Koth. So the Red Eye Orbs are affiliated with the Dark Stalkers. Where's our bones? No, let's not do it that way. Oh, damn it. Probably... Okay. Oh, this dude's gonna annoy me. Okay, let's kill him and then pick up our item. Hey, another shard. Sweet. Let's... Damn it. If only we could, like, extend our FOV just a little bit further out. What is this stuff? It's just the ground. Okay. Okay, this isn't too bad. Probably not even that important. Oh no, I'm totally wrong. A Firekeeper Soul. It's extremely important. So we've got a lot of lore to talk about right here, actually. So the Firekeeper Soul boosts power of the Estus Flask. Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity and can boost the power of precious Estus Flasks. It can be used to gain humanity and restore HP at the cost of losing the Firekeeper Soul to reinforce the Estus Flasks. So we can take these to Anastasia, I think, and she will be able to, boost the power of the Estus Flasks, so we'll heal more when we use them. I'm trying to remember if this item description differs from the one that we talked about the other day. Or yesterday, rather. Because there's like 4 or 5 of these in the game. So let me try to pull that up. The long lost one is which we need to look at. Alright, no, so this one is different than the other one that I mentioned the other day. So it's interesting that it points out that the Firekeepers are manifestations of the bonfire. So whether or not the Firekeepers themselves are human is something worth consideration. At least with Dark Souls 2, we have like the avatar of Shanalot. That has a lot of interesting things to consider since she's supposed to be like the child of a dragon. So as for the characters like Anastasia of Carim and the Dark Moon Nitess, the bronze-armored Firekeeper in Anor Londo, whether or not they're human is worth considering, but since humanity is drawn to them, I think we're kind of led to believe that they are. What else was I going to say? So, the Japanese is... Okay, no, even the English says, it's a draw for the humanity which is offered to them. So that's kind of interesting. So it's not like... It seems like just random humanity doesn't get drawn into them. So the humanity does need to be like brought to them for it to be taken in. But in so doing, they can boost the power of the bonfires, I guess, and the amount of Estus or heat within our flasks, which is kind of cool. Alright, so I think that was that. I feel like I'm forgetting something about that, but let me look at what you guys are saying in the chat now. Tiny Boo's laughing at Lautrec going back to his cell. And Tiny Boot said, Lautrec was imprisoned by the Channelers for killing the Firekeeper below, where we find the Firekeeper soul. That's a really interesting idea. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That would fit quite a bit with his storyline. That would also match with Channelers or like the servants of Seath imprisoning the player in the archives and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of an interesting thought that I hadn't had. Thank you for bringing that up, because they could have just tried to imprison him and then send him on to the archives later on. Maybe to become a Snake Man. Boba says, what you mean for as much as FromSoft hates fist movesets, it might as well damage you punching the walls? Steven says, how do the gods relate to the lords? Like, is Fina related to Gwyn and all the people who found the Lord Souls? Curious about Velka too, since you haven't seen much of them in the way of lore. At least in Dark Souls 2, it's mentioned that Evlana was originally a human, but through the passage of time, she was deified to become a god. So as for gods like Fina and Velka, that's an interesting possibility. Velka is described as a witch, and so if she's a kind of witch race in the same way that the Witch of Izalith is, that might connect her to a kind of deific status. But it's also worth considering that like Quaylana isn't described as a god either, but that doesn't necessarily mean she isn't. We just don't really have an abundance of information to say for sure, unfortunately. Rudolph says, he mentioned directly that he was tricked by Patches, so it's very likely that Lautrec and Patches had some common business very recently. That's also a good point. You think in the ground are broken pews. Lautrec killed her. Why is he in prison, but they still try to kill you? It's like, oh, you're a murderer, so you have a lesser punishment. Effervescent says there's 4 Firekeeper souls you can pick up regularly in the game. If you want the 5th, you need to kill a Firekeeper. Okay. Emlyn says, the later Firekeeper souls are more interesting that they talk about the Firekeeper showing up, and it makes it sound like the daughter of Manus. Elda said, LP should quickly grab the Firekeeper soul in New Londo. If you show the opening cinematic, you can see the Firekeeper seeming to raise corpses undead. I would disagree with that. I mean, I think the corpse is already dead, and she's kind of taking its remaining fire. I don't think she's raising it. But you're not the first person to say that to me, though. And Bobbin, welcome back to the stream. Hello to yourself, you beautiful hollow. Elda says, you think witch means non-holy magic users? Yeah, witch kind of just means, like, magic girl? It's kind of really hard to give a direct translation of Ma. It's like supernatural girl. That'd probably be an easier way to say it. So somebody who's like affiliated with magic and the supernatural. So coming into this undead church here, we have some really cool things on display. We've got the imagery of the woman cradling her child again. She seems to have like maybe a crown on her veil. So this could be the wife of Gwyn and potentially the firstborn, the Nameless King. Although it's a bit interesting that the Nameless King would be deified in such a way, unless like Gwyn really was thinking about having a kind of monarchy that was passed down through his lineage, I guess. Heirdom. Successor, I guess. So I totally didn't notice this my first playthrough, obviously because this is probably a bit more related to what might be like the Sanctuary Guardian in the DLC, and I didn't realize this until like super recently. So you got the head of the lion there and a goat and maybe like another goat. So it might not be the Sanctuary Guardian, but that's just one of the things it kind of reminded me of. So that might have also been the inspiration of why there was the Sanctuary Guardian. So, and also at the top we also have like what looks to be a kind of flower. It's kind of a not too good looking. As for whom this man is, it could just be a random human, and what he's offering is a bit unclear as well. Almost looks like a crystal. Maybe it's supposed to represent a soul or an egg, which should be an interesting thing to consider. I don't know. But he's obviously like offering it to this goddess statue in the middle here. Let me just try to look at some extra stuff. I don't think this is super important. I'm just kind of looking. And then we've got like birds on this candelabra thing and like this grave here. Or altar. It's probably more of an altar than a grave. What am I saying? It could be a reliquary. I don't know. Might be meant to house souls. So whether or not this Firekeeper was killed by Lautrec or it's been dead and then its soul was just used as a reliquary is kind of still open for interpretation, even though there is good reason to believe both interpretations. Oh. Hey, we got the shield. Okay. So it's going to go to Andre to level up the weapon, and then we'll go back to Firelink. So this way it'll give Lautrec the chance to have changed locations. We're still human? Yeah, we haven't died yet. Okay.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Let's reinforce the Zweihander, as always. We probably could have bought some stuff. Screwed up a little bit. It's okay. Probably just level up at the next bonfire then.
This is the old
here we go.
church. It was abandoned in favor of the church that you passed through. There are paths leading from here to two forbidden plains, Sen's Fortress and the Darkroot Garden. They attract all sorts of lunatics, no one as cultured as yourself. It's fine to be undead, but keep a level head, eh? Sen's Fortress is an old proving grounds built by the ancient gods. It is the only route leading to the great Anor Londo. Of course, most fools can't even find their way into that fortified death trap, but they won't stop trying. Take that bumbling Saranian.
So, yeah, maybe it was just talking to, what's his face, bumbling Sir Onion there, that would have advanced Andre's dialogue.
I know little of
Here we
the
go.
Darkroot Garden, although I've heard rumors of a divine blacksmith who resides there. Those who get stumped in the catacombs seek him for divine weapons. I know little,
Okay.
although I've heard rumors. Those.
So that's pretty much all we're going to get from Andre for quite a while, I think.
Well, you need.
We don't need to worry about that. Okay, I'll catch up with you guys. You've been talking for a bit. Anon87786, welcome to the stream. He said, hey everyone, dropping in for the Lautrec lore. You think he was imprisoned by the Boulder Knights actually 100 years ago? Interesting, why do you believe that? And he said, Lautrec came to Lordran to seek his goddess Fina so that he could only be when the gods were still in Lordran. At this point, Baldur and Berenike were trying to reach Lordran, as was Lautrec. Bobbin asks, aren't all witches pyromancers in Dark Souls, though? Maybe. There's also the idea that, there could be characters like Beatrice. I don't remember if she's just a pyromancer or if she uses sorcery. And technically, that's the danger move. Hit it twice and then it should get stunned, and that's not how you stun it though. Oh, and then I pulled out my damn binoculars. Oh wow, why am I not facing it? Okay. Trying to get behind it. So yeah, sorry about that. With... Uh-oh. That's death. Okay, no, that was the grab. with characters like the Witches of Izalith and all that, instead of doing like pyromancy technically, they were doing what was called a flame sorcery. So what exactly the differences between them are is a little bit unclear, but flame sorcery is older than pyromancy, and that's also what the demon fire sage used. Oh, that was a bit faster than I was expecting. It definitely helps to have the upgraded Zweihander. So that's the Titanite Demon. We get the Demon Titanite, which I'll talk about it a little bit more. So now we should also have gotten a decent amount of souls, 3,700, so we got like 2,000 from it. So that'll help us buy our next item here.
What's going on with you, eh? I thought you'd gone hollow there.
Good old Andre. What am I doing? Need to purchase. Go with the weaponsmith box. And then we'll go for the Titanite shard and then upgrade. So we're going to be well off here. Alright, and then I'll catch up with you guys and read our demon scale. Just trying to get away from Andre so we don't hear the incessant clanging of his anvil and hammer. And then we might actually go to New Londo to pick up that Firekeeper soul, because that's a pretty good idea. I forget how easily obtainable it is as well. Tiny saying, what makes Anon believe that? And Elda says, even if it's taking fire from the corpse, it's still weird. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. We could talk about that more later. Millhouse, welcome back. You said, you always had the idea that Velka was a daughter of Izalith that was deified. It's a potential. One of the things that I found a bit interesting was, I think, maybe, I don't remember it exactly off the top of my head, so take the following with a large grain of salt. There might have been a link between the color of Velka's hair and one of the talismans that you can pick up. Maybe it's the witch talisman, because I think when you look at the Velka statue, like half of her hair isn't as long as the other half. I think on her right side it's been like cut off a bit, so it's probably a talisman of some sort. And I don't remember if there is a Velka's talisman. There might be. It's hard to keep track of all of the information between all three of the games, as well as like Bloodborne at times. Stella B says Majo. So yeah, that's just the Japanese term for like a witch, essentially. Rudolph says, you distinctly remember that Miyazaki said that they reshot the scene with the Firekeeper in the opening cinematic countless times because he wanted it to look like a ritual. Okay. And then Anon said, given Lautrec's personality, he went on killing knights for humanity in the Firekeeper 2. Since he's undead, they couldn't kill him, so they decided to prison him in that cell. Proof is you found a Balder Knight guarding him. Then the Balder Knights and the rest went hollow, so he got stuck for the next 100 years until the Chosen Undead came up. So, I'm not against your idea, just where do you think the 100 years time frame comes from exactly? Rudolph says, we actually witnessed a dark sign being placed on a dead body. I would disagree with that, just because, like, we see the dark sign is, like, on the body, and her hand is at least on the head. So, we could talk about that a bit more later. I mean, I don't completely discard your theory. I'm not entirely on board with it. Is probably the way that I'd say it. Like I'm not like I'm fine with being proven otherwise or being proven wrong. I'm just not fully on board yet. Effervescent says those murals were one of the very few actual graphical improvements the remaster did. No fighting the Titanite Demon. We just did. Obviously. The chat delay there, and me not reading so well. Elda said, if Bluepoint remastered this, they'd have to make the music more generic and make hidden extras. Effervescent says, Demon Titanite is only good for reinforcing boss weapons, and only the giant blacksmith can ascend plus 10 weapons to them. You hope Bluepoint and Q-Lock never touch another FromSoft game again. Or Dead Blacksmith. Beatrice is a sorcerer? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I would probably want to double check the terms used for Beatrice, because I thought she was a witch, but yeah. Well, that's something worth exploring more. Elda says, witches didn't start as pyromancers, they had the primordial flame sorcery, yes. And I think it's Strayed in Dark Souls 2 says the witches of Izalith were the creators of pyromancy, which is a little bit misleading because I think he also says that he doesn't know for sure. But basically, from flame sorcery, pyromancy was born. And one of the ideas that I've had is pyromancy might be linked to the dark sign. And so only those with the dark sign use true pyromancies, and those who don't have it might just use flame sorcery instead. But I don't think we'll ever be able to prove that, but that's just kind of an idea that kind of stands out to me for now. Rudolph said, but the Izalith staff confirmed that pyro and sorcery was the same thing during the war with the dragons. Sort of. Effervescent says, in Demon Souls, pyromancy and sorcery were not distinct categories. Rudolph then said, yep, Demon Souls and Dark Souls had a lot of parallels, but DS is mostly a development of these ideas. Okay. Enon said to Tiny Boots that the Boulder Berenike rush up to Anor Londo is really interesting, mate. It all culminates with the 2 Darkmoon Boulder Knight Berenike in Anor Londo, in Dark Anor Londo. It's a really nice side story you find. And for your 100 years, it's the vendor NPC talking about Sen's Fortress, and you can watch the timeline video from Hawkshaw's YouTube channel. Okay. Lopa says, seriously, man? At least the poor man in animation where he's swiping his brow and catching a breath. Emlyn says, gray hair is indeed said to be special with multiple things. There's also the white hair talisman from the Fair Lady. Okay. Sleep says, you hate what the Bluepoint did to the music in Demon Souls? Let's just move all the personality and uniqueness of the soundtrack of a game known for how unusual and unique it was. The biggest crime of all, they removed the laughing and the Tower Knight theme. Rudolph says, if you pay close attention to a lot of Way of White item descriptions, you'll see that it was explicitly stated that the undead warriors were literally being produced. So I would disagree with that for a variety of reasons, and I understand why people think that, and I don't blame them whatsoever. Personally, and you guys can disagree with me, this is totally fine. I'm just sharing my viewpoint here, and I take the Japanese to be more indicative of what the developers were intending with the lore and things like that. So the term used for produced isn't necessarily a mistranslation, but as far as the Japanese they use the word umarata, which literally means to be produced to a certain extent, but it's also the word that's used for being born. But that's not entirely like the important aspect of it. It's a verb and it's intransitive. So I don't know how familiar everybody is with like linguistics, but there's certain categories of verbs that can be transitive or intransitive. And so an example of this would be, let's use the verb gather. When we say gather something in English, we could say you're going out to gather firewood, and that's transitive because you are making a direct action to kind of make that event occur. And an intransitive word would mean that no specific action is being done by an agent. So if we compare gather firewood versus people gather, that's kind of one of the differences between them. So as far as the Paladin set saying that the Way of White produced undead, the way that I look at it with the Japanese being intransitive, it's more like the first undead who was brought in the Way of White. So the first undead born into the Way of White is one that they made a paladin, which has a starkly different impact on how the lore is interpreted overall. So that's kind of where I would have one of my more strong disagreements with just the interpretation of things. However, with all of that being said, I do not blame people for taking it that the Way of White is literally creating undead because of the way that it's written in English. It's more like the first undead that was produced within the Way of White or produced to the Way of White would probably be a better way of saying that. So take that for what it's worth, I suppose. And if you guys don't feel like that meshes well with your personal views, that's perfectly fine. If you guys just want to enjoy the English at times, I completely understand that as well. Alright. Blue X Team, welcome to the stream. Said new to the channel. Keep doing God's work. Thank you very much. And welcome in. Elder says that doesn't make much sense since the daughters of Izalith never had the dark sign. They weren't human. So I think the daughters of Izalith did like flame sorceries, except for maybe Kolana. I don't know. It's a bit weird. You just think Izalith just wanted a form of magic that was independent, and they didn't rely on scholarly study like sorcery and faith in the gods. Elda says, no, you don't think the church made the undead. You think it means Leroy was just the first that came from their flock? Yeah, that's how I was just saying it. Obviously, you said that before I went into my spiel there. You think it just means they had loyal undead. That's kind of how I read it as well. Tiny Boot says, is it a metaphorical born, like born again in the spiritual sense? Maybe. That could probably be a good way to interpret it. I actually don't know what they call like born again Christians, or if that's like a well-known or like known enough topic in Japan. That's interesting to think of. But it doesn't really mean like rebirthed into the way of light, though. It's just kind of born. So it generally, I would say it is probably meant to be taken more as a metaphor as opposed to like a literal thing, since it's intransitive. Effervescent says, if it wasn't, it was on the PC, you'd hope the modders would transfer the OG soundtrack and the voice acting. Rudolph says to Philippe, you're fully on board with you in regards to the Demon Souls remake. It's a love letter to a game for all the wrong reasons. Anon says, didn't the soundtrack guy work on Bloodborne 2? You think that's why they added all those chants, lol. They said they wanted to emulate Bloodborne, but even Bloodborne knew that sometimes you have to let the music be weird and not epic. Anon says, well, that's a problem. Also, the main villain of Bloodborne was a church, so organs made sense. One of Bloodborne's most memorable boss names is just a music box. Yeah. Let me proceed a little bit further, and then I'll try to catch up with you guys. I don't know, I just personally get antsy when I just stand around talking about the lore, which is probably what you guys are here for, honestly, but part of it is probably due to some of the culture. Oh wait, let's actually heal up. That I'm raised in. Also, I should probably be drinking more water with as much as I'm talking right now. But these are all good problems to have, I feel. Because sometimes it's easy to just not talk at all and get caught up in things. So let me get a swig of water before coming up here. Elda says, excuse me, you do blame people the way white doesn't make undead? You mean one could take producers to mean they built the undead like robots too? I mean, I don't blame people for that because, I mean, that it's a perfectly valid way to read the English. Oh, damn it. When did I un-two-hand it? It's a little bit weird, but okay. So that's kind of one of the harder things of trying to come to terms with just trying to figure out the lore of all of the Soulsborne games. I remember that happening before, even in the Prepare to Die edition. Like, it's really easy to make... I don't want to call them like misinterpretations, but they kind of are. Like you're reading the right text, but kind of coming away with the wrong rationale behind it sometimes. Not you guys, like specifically. Like, I mean, it's happened to me before, and it's you know, kind of why I was motivated to look at the different languages of the games. So with like Bloodborne, I've looked into like a little bit of the Korean at times as well, just to try to get a clearer image of what the game is going for at times, to see if there were issues with how the Japanese was originally written, or if there were like things that the localizers put in, thinking it would have like worked out better than it did. So I don't know. People are pretty much just working with what they have. Sometimes it's just kind of making thought experiments with what you have to make something that's entertaining for you personally. And there's really nothing wrong with that, but I think obviously for the people in this stream, we probably hold a decent amount of value for like getting things right and being like factually based. So sometimes it's just kind of hard to reconcile how much information there is and also how little information there is at times. Alright, so coming up here, we'll fight the gargoyles next, and I will catch up with you guys before doing that. And for those of you who are like newer to the live streams, I typically try to fight the bosses multiple times to get enough footage if I need it for whatever reason. So I like to solo them on my first try, and then like summon in to get like the third perspective between like the bosses fighting the summons, I guess. Okay. Anon says, you like Demon Souls' weirdness and unsettling vibe. Rudolph says, you're not fully on board with that theory yourself, and you definitely have a point, especially when having a luxury of understanding the original language. Yeah, and so, also, I mean, I don't like necessarily being in the position of authority here, of saying like, oh, I know Japanese, you guys don't, like, you have to listen to me. I would strongly encourage everyone to look for as many alternative sources as you can. Unfortunately, there really isn't an abundance of people who've looked into the text, or if they have, they haven't really shared their stuff too much. So, I mean, I've made mistakes before. It's possible. So, don't always take what I say as gospel, because it's definitely not. And a large part of interpretation comes from like knowing the context and then trying to make the text work in a target language based on what you already know. And it's really hard to describe that process unless the person you're speaking to is also kind of familiar with knowing multiple languages and how there isn't always like a one-to-one exact conversion of ideas. Rudolph says, but that theory was one of the most convincing from all of the other theories that the in-game world that turned the in-game world on its head. No, I understand, and I do understand like why there is like a lot of attachment to it. I think it's a really cool theory. I just don't think it has as much support for it as it needs to for me personally to like adhere to it. Elda said, you think the daughters were sorcerers, but they had joined project to make pyromancy and they switched? Some may have stayed with the sorcery when fighting because they never got better at pyromancy. Bleep says, you would also say that none of the songs in the Demon Souls remake reached the levels of the Bloodborne soundtrack? Rudolph says, you'd 100% agree on favoring Japanese sources over any translations. Bobbin says, DS3 does that too. When you upgrade your weapon, your character starts one-handing it, even if you were... Oh, it's because we... Okay. That's kind of interesting. Well, I guess it makes sense because you need to take off the weapon in your hand to upgrade it, and then they probably cycle in the new one. Okay, that makes sense. Dan Rudolph said, exactly, you're too far down that rabbit hole to be satisfied with the answers based on the personal conviction alone. That's why you're here. Sweet, okay. So you're in good company, and glad to have you here then. So, as Solaire had mentioned, he will leave his summoning sign here, so we can summon him for the fight up ahead. And pretty much when you get like these summon signs like right outside a fog wall, it's a really good indication that there's going to be a boss in the next area. Alright, we're almost at full HP. You guys were saying that using the gold pine resin is ridiculous against these things. And I'm always really forgetful with using items, and also it's really hard to do with the HUDless playthrough. But let's go ahead and do that this time around. Let's heal up to full. Ooh, okay, I was off. Okay. And then we'll come in, buff up, and then fight the gargoyles. We need to break off one of the tails. Oh, it's not going to matter because I'm going to summon Solaire anyway. Oh, so we have a little bit of time to buff. Oh, there's a cutscene. Shows how well I remember this spot. Gives me the chance to drink some water, actually. I wasn't trying to roll as much as I was trying to run. Oh, I was trying to roll. Definitely slow there. Oh, I tried to buff myself again. Okay, that was my death. Because I did not play well. I guess one good thing, as far as like increasing the challenge if you want it for these games, is the incorporation of like the weak points to get like the weapons and stuff. Because I could have probably just demolished that gargoyle if I attacked it straight ahead and didn't worry about it, but because I was like focusing on trying to get the tail weapon it drops, it totally got me caught. Wait, I don't even need to get the weapon. What am I doing? Because I'm going to reload it with Solaire anyway. This music is so DES. Quite ironic that one of your favorite games of all time is literally a headline, pray for answer, and here I am literally doing just that. The Gargoyles fight was an early Ornstein and Smo, really cool in your opinion? Yeah. The nice thing about the Gargoyles is it takes time for both of them to fight you, but that is really like the first wall boss in my opinion. Broken straight sword. Ow. I'm gonna get killed by these hollows, aren't I? Oh, damn it. Well, that's kind of a waste of a buff. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to reload it anyway. And now we have our Estus flasks out, so it shouldn't be too bad. And so now since we're hollow, we can't see Solaire's sign. Hey, we did it this time, and we weren't trying so much. Rip. Got the shield. No 8-point rolling. I shouldn't have rolled backwards. Here I am talking all this shit, and we just get wrecked. Oh yeah, we need to show off abilities. Well, I guess that was a little bit, but I actually need to, you know, try to get footage instead of actually just fight boss. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we summon for Solaire. But that'll be good enough. Since we just got the equipment, I'm gonna show it off and then I'll reload it for Solaire. I kinda don't want to because we also got the shield though. Whatever. Slice tail of the gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church or patrolling in Anor Londo. Can be used as a bronze battle axe. Bends dramatically during large attacks owing to its nature as a tail. So this is a pretty cool weapon. We can't wield it well. But you can see that it like bends as a tail. It's pretty cool. They went through like that kind of effort to make it. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we got the shield. So this is the bronze shield of the gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church. The gargoyle skin is tough by itself, and perhaps its shield may have been a prop, for it is a rare example of a metal shield that does not reduce physical damage 100%. So as we can see, it really doesn't, but this has really good lightning and fire resistance. That actually doesn't weigh as much as I would have thought. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and summon in Solaire, and then we'll get some of the extra footage for the gargoyles. And that time I'll need to use my binoculars. Gargoyle is both a skill and DPS check. Batch of Galupi TV, welcome in. You said it drops 4 different items, FYI. Oh, you mean specifically the tail axe, your bad. No, it's all good. I appreciate it. Philippe says, this boss is really interesting when compared to the Man-Eater from Demons. Really seems like they wanted to do that fight right. See, that's kind of what I was talking about with it's the same game over and over. Like, Tower Knight gets reused in The One Reborn. Bloodletting Beast is like a prototype of the Guardian Apes. And what you said just right there. It's not as BS as the Man-Eaters, but the Gargoyles just have better AI overall. Pheasant said, it's not that Man-Eater was a bad boss, it was just annoying to have to go up that windy staircase every time he shoved you off the ledge and you died, lol. Bobbin said, you remember your first time playing Dark Souls and dying to the Gargoyles over and over again? You felt so proud when you finally beat them. Philippe says, you need to learn to upgrade for the fight to be reasonable. Luckily, Andre's right there. Yeah, and it is also a little bit unfortunate that Andre is kind of easily missable, especially if you just, like, keep beelining straight for the gargoyles. Emily says, what do you think the fog walls are considering they say traverse the white light? So we had this question a little bit ago, and somebody had a pretty nice answer that maybe it's supposed to be like the remnants of the Age of Ancients. But I take them more or less as just kind of like a boss mechanic, or not boss, but gameplay mechanic. Sleep says, Man-Eater was an obvious first iteration of a concept. That's where its flaws come from. Yeah. So that's kind of why I'm not too worried about like them trying new things in Elden Ring or like Sekiro even. So like the stuff that they don't get quite right with like the emblem mechanics, they do work on them a bit more. Like Dark Souls 3 is more approachable than Bloodborne and Dark Souls 1 and 2 to a certain degree. So hopefully they get something working for themselves with Elden Ring. Rudolph said, this game series is one of extremely rare specimens of both rapidly improving and heavily rewarding player spacing, or even the feeling of space and length from one's weapons. Dark Souls makes you learn the combat mechanics, unlike many action games where you just mash. Yeah. Elda says, you wonder who got the second one's tail? That's a good question. Yeah, that is a good question. I'll need to look out for that. Because I do remember you could pretty much only loot the first one, so yeah. Basha Galupi said, you can play Sword and Board or go full Ninja Flip, 2 totally different experiences. And you really missed the old designs were part of the challenge of the boss was figuring out the trick to beat it, or just figure out what does what with no info on the internet, LMAO. Looks like we're dropping frames again, which is always annoying. Maybe it's just for a second there, okay. Borquapsico, welcome in again. You said, man, you love the gargoyles, though you don't remember if they have any special lore explanation. I mean, they make as much sense as, like, the golems and stuff, or probably a little bit less sense than the lightning demon dudes in Anor Londo. Make as much sense as the Titanite demons, for sure. So they kind of, they're kind of like the role of Udex Gundyr, where they're supposed to test the chosen undead and be beaten by it. You like when bosses are kind of puzzles? Yeah, sometimes the gimmicks work well, sometimes they don't. It just shows that the gargoyles' armor is for show. It really reflects on maybe how they're created. Let's summon in our good old boy, Solaire. So our boy's golden like the sun, grossly incandescent. Blinking. Next we get the gargoyles. You really like how they show that the gargoyles' armor is just for show. It really reflects how they're maybe created. BLB kinda attacks like Vort now that you think about it, and Osiris. Sleep says, eventually you'd hear the sound of smithing after getting crushed by the gargoyles over and over? Maybe. Oh wait, is that actually true, or are you just kind of memeing? Bobbin says, you guess that's why you never had a problem with either of them? They move so similar, so once you know how to beat one, you can easily beat them all. I need your Mildred spin-off game when? The only thing you're hoping for is to make a functional multiplayer with adequate level cap, ping filters, and regional multiplayer. What a pipe dream that is. I wish they could... I mean, obviously it's not FromSoft, but I wish damn Nintendo could get that right for freaking Smash Brothers. This will get me on my tangents here. I feel like if you can get sniped away in, like a mile away in... Oh wow, he actually went through it without... He actually went through the fog wall. Normally the NPCs can't do that until like you've actually initiated the fight, so that's kind of cool. So let's pull out the binoculars for the gargoyles. Can't English right now. So yeah, what I was saying with the Call of Duty and stuff, it annoys the crap out of me that you can literally snipe someone from a mile away in a lobby of like 16 in Call of Duty, but you can't just do a one-on-one fight without lag and it's Smash Brothers without like sacrificing the blood of a virgin. So yeah, if FromSoft could actually get decent multiplayer and net play, that would be chef's kiss. It's weird how the Anor Londo gargoyles use lightning, but these ones use fire. You'd rather have these ones use lightning too. Oh, this says, they make sense to you? The lightning demon seemed a tithe if soldiers from Izalith under the surrender clause? Oh, failed the roll. Let's Solaire do the work. Why not? Get our tail first, and then... Damn it. Oh, he's aggro on me now. Alright, well we screwed that up, so I might reload it anyway. Okay, well let's just have Solaire focus on this one. Bro, do your job. Thank you. Get hit, get angry. Okay, that's really good footage here. And you guys are right, that one totally doesn't have a tail. So it could mean that somebody else broke it. Oh. Poor son bro. Got. Bonk. Okay. Hey, we got a helm. Helm of the Gargoyle, an enchanted creature that guarded the Bell of Awakening in the belfry of the Undead Church. This bronze helm was for mere appearance's sake, as gargoyle skin is naturally hard. Little in the way of defense can be expected from it. So it is kind of a more ceremonial type armor than anything significant. Although it seems to be a lot better than our crappy hollow soldier helm we can't really use right now with our weight. And then we get twin humanities from the boss, which is kind of cool. Why gargoyles would have humanity is a question for the ages. Maybe it's because they've killed so many challengers over the years. So we'll reload this again and then actually try to get our tail weapon, even though I know we can get the one in Anor Londo. But at the very least, it's nice to see the different types of loot that they drop. So we got the shield, we got the helmet, and we got the axe once. Alright. Elder says, they make sense to you? The lightning demon seemed a tithe of soldiers from Izalith under the surrender clause, and then they were given the arms of the gods while working there. Boba said, the most likely... The lightning gargoyles are a remnant from their blue drakes in Anor Londo. These 3 gargoyles are made of stone rather than flesh. You think they ascended to Gwyn's lightning love in Anor Londo? You can hear Andre smithing from the bonfire. Okay. Are you talking about the one in the church? No, I'm saying like if people just skipped that church portion, it would It would suck to just like beeline to the gargoyles and miss out on that bonfire as well as Andre. That would make the area a lot harder for a newbie. All the more reason they made the gargoyles a sorcery and they customized them. That's why Nintendo Online used to be free, because it completely sucked, and it still sucks. Yeah. I think it's like what, $20 a year. It's not the worst price, but we should have better service for what we get. At least they like have like the old games package that goes along with it, but I'd rather just be able to have good net play in Smash Brothers. Elda says it's great music. Rudolph says, you mean Dark Souls is getting shit upon due to connections and imbalance, but people say that like COD is the pinnacle of online multiplayer. I don't think it is the online pinnacle of multiplayer, but if you can snipe someone from across a map with 16 people in the lobby without too much lag comparatively to like just a one-on-one in Smash Bros. Or other Nintendo games, or even like the lag fest that is like the FromSoft games, it's a little bit aggravating that they don't get it right. Boba says, you like it not just for consistency, but because it'd be first peek into Anor Londo and more closely tie these bosses to it. Effervescent says, you remember we took the 1 week trial of Nintendo Online just to play Dark Souls Online? And you were so disappointed to see that no one was playing it. Yeah, I guess I should try like PvP at some point in this one just to see what the connection's like. Maybe Crestfallen chump broke it before whizzing out. I think it's possible. Mick Myers, welcome in. Music's pretty sick. Solaire during the Gaping Dragon fight is just no. Seeing enchanted items indicate sorcerer's origins. You think they turned humans into gargoyles with sorcery? It could be a Seath experiment. That's a cool idea. You think these gargoyles are made with fire and Anor Londo gargoyles were made with lightning because it's less profane? You think the gargoyles may have a connection with Ulasil, but you're not so sure. The majority of online players in DS1 are either playing Remastered mod and Prepare to Die Edition or Havelmom Fishing in Ulasil Remastered. Both are kind of active only on PC and some people on PS4. Works in my country, every Japanese dev when asked about netcode. Pretty much. Japanese players typically also have much better internet speeds, which helps smooth things out a little. Thought that was gonna happen? Okay. Kieran, you two with the Sanctuary Guardian. Okay, here we go. Oh damn, that's faster than I thought. Did I not? I didn't. We're gonna get punished for this. I was trying to use my Estus, and then I didn't roll quickly enough. Alright, well, we scuffed that one up. The pains of the HUDless runs. I could make the run back, but this is faster. Ulasil was like the capital of sorcery before Vinheim. Japanese players get the priority because the game is made in Japan, makes sense. I mean, they can't really stress test the stuff in the American game. Why did I do that? So it makes sense that like the Japanese version essentially has like less problems to deal with. Okay, so we've got the resin on. Well, let's heal up. And resin. Greens have amazing net all the time. Love playing with them in DS3. Bachagalupi says, yeah, remastered online PS4 5 is always active, even plus 15 weapons at Quelaag you find summons. Filthy save summons casual. We killed it with a summon. That's not casual at all. You played against and with Japanese players only like 5 times during your 1.5k playtime in DS3. Roll. Okay, rolled too soon, and then I need to Unequip. A little bit punished. Here we go. I need to unlock for this dude. You tried to bonk me? Oh, I was trying to run, not roll. Oh, 2 hit it. Alright, so that was beastly enough for me, and then we didn't get any of the cool drops because it figures. But we did get our weapon. So definitely not worth in the grand scheme of things. Other than just think, hey guys, I soloed them. With a super OP weapon right here. You've been in Japan and played the DS Remaster 2 years ago on both PC and Switch and no one was playing. Stella B, welcome back. You said, makes sense for From, but Nintendo absolutely could stress test outside Japan. Yeah, that's true. But at least as far as like their developers, like probably not so much. But Nintendo of America should definitely work that better. Wait, is Oswald not there? Oh, we need to ring the bell for him to show up. That's right, because he's kind of scary. Japan has its own servers. America is supposed to have good internet, and the whole country set up fiber wire, but the internet companies didn't follow up with the bargain. The bargain of like $1 billion or whatever it was. I guess since we're up here, we can take a look around before pulling the lever. Maybe there's not like a ton to see though. So even down here, we're still kind of far away from Anne Orlando. We should see Sen's over there, so Sen's Fortress. So we get Sen's Fortress there. It's interesting that there's a really big hole in the wall. Maybe there was actually supposed to be an entrance at some point, and they just reverted it later on. Not the biggest of deals. I guess that's supposed to be the Duke's Archives. It's a little bit smudged. Scuffed, rather. And let's check out the bell itself. Not like a ton to work with as far as the design goes, I don't think. That actually looks like the maces that the Cathedral Knights used, at least in Dark Souls 3. Can't hit it, oh well. Actually... I'm a little bit curious. I don't think this will come of anything, but, you know. That's kind of funny. That's weird. Unequipping it that way made me single hand again. Effervescent says, doesn't matter if Japan has its own server if no one's using it. Rudolph says, you've never owned a PS4, so you have no idea how popular PlayStation is in Japan, but you guess that all Japanese Dark Souls players chill over there. Bachagalupi says, it does if North America and the rest of the world are using the other server. The hole is there, it's behind the golem, and it's collapsed. Yeah, I remember it's like filled in with rubble, but it's just kind of interesting that you don't see like a lot of the rubble from this vantage point. Rudolph says, it's sad how much worse this looks than PTDE or the original game. I don't think it looks worse. I mean, it probably looks worse when you zoom in just because, like, the resolution of the files isn't the best. So, yeah, I guess I could see what you're saying, but you kind of have to go out of the way to make it look a lot worse. So, we can pull the lever here. Pasha Gloopy says that's the way to Anor Londo. It's blocked up by Rebel and the Iron Golem guards it. Yeah. You like the idea that this is the same bell that awakens the Lords of Cinder. Yeah, I do too. I don't know if it's supposed to be, but it seems like it would since it's the Bell of Awakening. You're ruining the priceless bell with arrows. I'm just trying to wake people up. Steven Guerra says, damn, 5 hits to win seems like a good place to jump out. Well done. Good luck with the rest of the game / stream. Thank you for stopping by, Steven. We're probably going to end it pretty shortly here as well. Unequipping does that. It was always annoying. Okay. Mick says, you've only gotten into Souls games recently and started with Bloodborne? That game is beautiful and the video you made on the main story is pretty damn helpful. I'm glad to hear it, Mick. And glad and thankful that you've dropped in and made some nice comments. Stella says, honestly, you can't even tell the quality because you have to stream lower res because your work's Wi-Fi hates live streams. Yeah, and I am also streaming at 720p because my internet is obviously not too great based on some of the issues we've been having earlier. So here we go. Hey, we got the trophy unlocked for ringing the bell. Now we should see our good old buddy Oswald. So maybe the Bell of Awakening is to wake him up? I don't know. It always annoyed me how the textures of this spot of the floor are so different from every other spot. This ladder used to be a nightmare before I found out about the fast drop. And then this dude with his T-pose almost. He's not actually T-posing. Like I guess they meant to have him pose like this, which is kind of interesting to consider. Oh yeah, let's put this stuff away to make it look good for our footage. This should be good enough, I suppose. Elder says, you wonder what it would have been like with the original idea where you fight the centipede here instead of the gargoyles. Probably hell on earth. Dark Souls on PC with upscaling and DS Fix looks freaking amazing. Bobbin says, they should have upscaled the textures at least. Some things look amazing, but most textures are way too blurry. Kinda, yeah. Jesus Christus, welcome back in. He said, let's go. Elda, in Japanese, are lava centipedes mukade? I mean, there really aren't like a ton of lava centipedes, but they probably are mukade. Or at least adjacent to them. Effervescent says, you think the remaster looks better on Switch than on PC or PS4? Maybe it's the frame rate? You don't think DS is meant for 60 FPS? Tiny Bell being forward singing you ring my bell. Really funny that the priest is the character you learn come at me bro from. It's a holy pose. You guess it's like an inverted praise the sun. You're completely vulnerable. Yeah. And let's talk to him and then I'll talk about his pose a little bit more.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Carim, the pardoner. Thou appearest to lack faith. Yet magnanimous are the gods. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sins my domain.
Well, what is it? So, with Oswald of Carim, we can abandon our covenants and request absolution. So, he governs sin, which is like making the NPCs mad. So, purchasing stuff from him. Oh, yeah, he sells purging stones. That's actually. We definitely need one of those. Maybe two. Agreed, though. And the blood bite and poison bite rings. Those are all like really expensive for this portion of the game. Indictment's not too important. And then the Book of the Guilty. I'll read this stuff in a moment. I'll talk about his pose a bit more. So yeah, he just makes angry NPCs not so angry anymore if you pay him off.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
The quintessential evil laughter, and especially with like his black clothing and the ominous like helmet and stuff, you feel like this dude's gonna try to like kick your ass. But I guess he's technically a good guy. At the very least, like he will help the player out if you screw up a lot and like have Andre 3-piece combo you to death over and over. And apparently like his stuff does not work in any capacity with like the Dark Moons if you like kill the Guinevere illusion. So that's kind of some interesting stuff that they probably didn't think about too much when they developed the game, I guess. So when you guys talking about his holy pose, it does kind of remind me of like the pose that you see like Yagami Light make at the very beginning intro cinematic for Death Note, with like the hands outspread with the palms facing forward. It's a gesture that's used or rather recognized worldwide of being like one of honesty or sincerity, although his clothes and general demeanor, like with just how unnaturally he's just holding it comes off as like really weird. It's almost like the "come hug me bro" kind of pose as well. So
Greetings and welcome back. I am pleased to see thee preserving thine humanity.
Sleep says, you don't think the centipedes would work well in any arena, but this would have been too small. It would have been very intense because like you'd feel probably claustrophobic with trying to not get knocked off, essentially. But I do like Elda's idea that it's like an inverted Praise of the Sun. That's kind of an interesting thought. Rudolph says, probably because the original DS was never ported to Switch, because then the original would still look better. LMAO. And Philippe guesses the idea is that he looks like he's going to give you a hug, so it looks inviting. Enon says, he mocks you if you buy indictments. Bobbin says, Carim seems like a very strange place. You got Oswald, who's a total creep. Then you have the blind girl in DS3, who's a total sweetheart. And there's also the Apostle Morn and Egon of Carim. Elda says, Farmling Twinkling Titanite has the side effect of racking up lots of those curse stones. Yeah. Philippe says, really interesting take on a religious character. Like you said, Carim seems to be a place that values goals above methods. You can't be absolved of attempted murder of a goddess, essentially. Philippe then says, so it makes sense that they have a religion that's all about it's only human to sin, just pay a small forgiveness fee. Soliloquy says, if you have an indictment from him in Japanese, he makes a pun on the term. A gaijin with the homophone of, what is this? Gaijin. So yeah. Yeah, so like the first character there, well, in Effervescence, like second set of kanji there, the first one, like guys and like Songai, it's like means harm. So like gaijin means outsider, literally, or like out person, foreigner, and then gaijin, the second one, is like harm person or what's this isn't the, I know what it says in Japanese. How do you say it in English? Oh no. All I can think of in the top of my head right now is like committer, but that makes no sense in English. Like somebody who's done something bad, like a harmful person. I don't know. So yeah, oftentimes when I try to translate things, I use a thesaurus in English just because, like, you know what it's trying to say in Japanese, but that doesn't necessarily mean, like, you can put it well into English at times. So, sorry for that kind of a brain fart there, and poor job of going through that. They did your boy dirty in the remaster. In the demaster, now all the penalties of leaving a covenant are removed, essentially limiting his functions to de-aggroing NPCs. Somebody knows all the sinners like Petrus and Lautrec, like they're his best customers? Probably. Egon's the best. Stella feels like Carim is full of people who like to gamble. People don't seem to judge actions in Carim. Everyone kind of just okay with you doing crimes. Though Morn does get real pissed when you cause harm to the women he is supposed to protect. Alta says, attempted deicide is probably a cardinal sin, probably costs way too many souls. But then again, I mean, we beat the crap out of Gwyn. Well, I guess the game ends, but yeah, I don't know. Troublemaker? Not entirely, like a stronger feeling than Troublemaker, I guess. Convict? Yeah, Convict is kind of close. Perpetrator, probably a good way. I mean, Convict has the different connotations, but you guys are picking up what I'm trying to put down, for the most part. Sleep says, Carim probably filled with thieves and gamblers, and a society where you can get away with crime, nobody will care. Radek Azapov, welcome to the stream. He said, are you fluent in Japanese? I don't like to call myself fluent just because I know how much I still don't know, but other people have said I'm fluent, so I don't know. I'm definitely like conversationally fluent. I can make my way around Japan. I've worked as an interpreter briefly, but I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like I would always speak like the most natural Japanese, so that kind of just weighs on my mind sometimes. Yeah, nobody sees you beat up Gwyn though. Gwyn wants you to beat up. He's agreed to it. It's a blood fight, like MMA. Rudolph says, just curious, how many languages do you speak? Offender, that's probably not a bad idea. Pear. So I speak English, Japanese, and Korean. At this point, I would almost say I used to speak Korean. Like, I haven't used it in so many years that it's gotten really, really bad at this point. So I would probably need to study, but I could probably brush up and get better at Korean if I really wanted or needed to. But I don't have much use of it, so it's kind of fallen to the wayside. Emlyn said, did you just say you know what you don't know? LOL, yes. I mean, it's a very kind of a... It almost seems like it's a contradiction, but it's true. Like, I know that I'm not, like, super up-to-date on, like, terms related to, like, cooking or minerals, stuff like that. So, there's a lot of things that I know what I don't know about, but I just don't know what those contents are. So, it kind of makes sense if you understand what I'm talking about. Effervescent says, your comment explaining the distinction got censored by YouTube. Gaijin equals foreigner. Yeah. Boba says, tangent, but you're studying kanji, and frankly... Alright, well, you type. We're gonna read the lore. So, the Purging Stone is an ash-colored stone encasing the skull. Secret treasure of Arstor, the Earl of Carim. Reduces curse buildup and breaks curse. Humans are helpless against curses, and can only redirect their influence. The Purging Stone does not dispel curses, but receives them as a surrogate. The stone itself was once a person or some other being. So this is extremely important lore. It shows that humans are susceptible to curses. We don't exactly know why, but we just have to roll with it. So the creation of the Purging Stones is a bit of a mystery. When we do find some of like the clams later on, they've got like a bunch of skulls in them. So it might be related to humanity and souls in general, or like the remains of the dead, I guess. So we've already bought one of those, which is important. Indictments are slips sold by bishops of Elka, goddess of sin. If you're killed by an invader, use this to report the crime of that trespasser. The indicted player will be added to a list of unfortunate souls who will one day face the wrath of the Blades of the Dark Moon. So at the very least, there is this kind of a covenant or agreement between the bishops of Elka and the Blades of the Dark Moon. So there is a little bit of a rationale as to why you can't get pardoned completely for sullying Guinevere and Gwendolyn, but it's obviously like it has to be an oversight that it carries over into New Game Plus. There's no other reason why it should work that way. So the Book of the Guilty is what allows us to check the list of indicted players. The goddess of Sin Velka oversees this list of the guilty who have disrespected the gods or their covenants and shall one day face the wrath of the Blades of the Dark Moon. Karmic Justice is a miracle of the black-haired witch Velka, temporary auto-counter versus heavy damage. So this is what calls Velka a witch, and it does say that she has black hair. I think her statues, or maybe it was her concept art, has her like being gray-haired though. But I suppose that's not like terribly important. For each sin there is a punishment, and it is the task of the goddess Velka to define the sin and met out the punishment. Velka's Talisman? That's weird. Oh, because there's the extra page. It's a medium for casting miracles of the gods. This black tuft of hair that serves as a talisman belongs to Velka, goddess of sin. It casts miracles not by drawing on faith, but intelligence. So this shows like the kind of heretical nature of Velka's sorceries. So going back to what I was talking about with her hair, I guess this is the kind of indication as to what happened to it. So the right side of her right side hair locks are like cut off, and you can use her hair as a talisman, which we use faith for, or intelligence for miracles instead of faith, which is kind of interesting. The Bloodbite Ring is one of the infamous bite rings commissioned by Sir Arstor of Carim. Despite the dreadful rumors surrounding its creation, this ring is an unmistakable asset in its ability to help prevent bleeding. And then the poison is the same thing. Ring of Sacrifice is a mystical ring created in the sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death, but the ring itself breaks. So, as to what other powers Velka might have over death and things like that, it's really unclear. There's not a ton of lore about Velka other than the sparse amount of information that we get pretty much just like here. So a lot of people go really crazy trying to figure out where she really fits into the lore there. Alright. Phobos says, you know the Limmy skit, the one about a kilogram of feathers or steel? Picture Limmy's face, that's what studying kanji feels like. I actually don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, studying kanji is an exercise in pain. Alright, so that's everything with our good old boy Oswald for now. And we've just rang the first bell. So I'll go back to Firelink, talk to the NPCs, and then we'll end the stream there for today. And then next time we might pick up with getting the little Firekeeper soul down in New Londo. And then going into the depths towards the Blighttown area. I don't want to get ganked by the Heidi boys. Not Heidi boys, but the Balder boys. Right. Rudolph says, this is one of your favorite pieces of world building in the entire series right there. With the I'm going to assume the Purging Stone. Okay, we killed those guys. Elda says, everyone in the 90s saw gaijin everywhere, but from your understanding it's extremely offensive and derogatory like a slur. Yeah, it's because, like the more polite way to say it would be like Gaikokujin. Because Gaikokujin literally means like outside country person, so it's somebody from an outer country, whereas Gaijin means outsider. So there are a lot of people who've come to Japan and tried to like assimilate into the society and fit into the culture, and for them to be called an outsider pretty much based on their skin tone alone, it can kind of feel like a slap in the face, even if they've like made the effort to like learn the language and all this stuff. So it can be construed as being a bit insensitive. I understand why people would feel that way, because I mean that makes sense to a degree, but I personally also don't really have issues with being called gaijin. It doesn't bother me, I guess. But that's me personally, so don't like misconstrue that as me saying like you shouldn't be bothered if somebody calls you a gaijin. People are perfectly entitled to feel the way that they feel for whatever their reasons. Velka said read a math book. Your last account on YouTube got banned and you never uploaded a video of your life. Censorship on YouTube is ridiculous. That sucks. Gaijin is basically the N-word in Japan. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it's really not that bad, but there is that kind of a mindfulship that should be thought of, I suppose. And unfortunately, a lot of people just don't know about it. Oh yeah, I was gonna level up, not just reinforce. Leveling up is kind of key right now. Oh, wait. Buy items and then level up. I am so smart. SMRT.
What you need.
Okay, now we're good. Don't worry about that. We can do that after we level up. Rudolph says the Pershing Stone description is indirect storytelling done right. I agree. I think it's a really cool description. Definitely one of my favorites, just as far as like the world building as well. So it's cool having like a bunch of kindred spirits in the chat then. But what am I doing? Leveling up. Hey, we can one hand now. Giant dad mode is on the menu, boys. Okay. So we're gonna go back to Firelink. Why did I go this way? I've got an idea. Just buy the Titanite while we can. Probably don't need to. I mean, I really don't need to, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Well, at the very least, having extra Titanite isn't the end of the world because it can be used for like shields and armor. So it's fine if we end up stacking them up eventually. I really need to think of a way to like better my setup so I can read chat while I'm actually moving around. Boba says, oh wait. Elda said they edited it out of the Netflix Baki series. Katsumi calls Dorian a gaijin and the English just has him calls him an old man. Yeah, I mean, I could see why. But it's weird that if it's subbed that they did it that way. I mean, they might have done that just because, okay, so my basic thoughts would be, if you just called somebody an outsider in English, that isn't always clear that it's, like, meant somewhat insultingly. So they might have just gone with old man to try to preserve some of that aspect. I mean, I can't say that for sure, but that's just kind of what I'm thinking, because, subtitling it in English doesn't make much sense to do it that way, I think. Like, I don't think that's really going to spare anybody's feelings if they can hear him say gaijin. Unless you're talking about the dub. I guess I don't know if it has a dub, so it's kind of worth considering, I suppose. Oh yeah, we're not two-handing anymore. Okay, just testing that out. The Undead Asylum F floor 2 west key. And so we can talk to the crow to go back to the asylum. Kind of like to just do that after we get the Lord Vessel, just so it takes less time to do everything. I was afraid I was going to die after just dropping down that far. So it looks like Rhea and her followers aren't here yet. Let's go level up. Not level up, but rest. And then talk to all our boys. And then that'll pretty much be the stream for today. Going a little bit longer, but it's okay. West, okay. Boba says, like, it's wonderful sometimes, and being able to read just a bit more Japanese, even if super slowly, is rewarding. Yeah, I understand that feeling, too. Kanji is good and bad at the same time. Like, it would have been fine if, like, the kanji is consistent, where you only need to know one reading for things, but the fact that you have to deal with kunyomi and onyomi makes it truly painful. Elda says, you think Velka might be part of the conspiracy with Frampter Gwyn, considering linking the flame? Probably to punish the lords for their sins by having you take their souls. Scott says, you think DS1's Souls lore is the most well thought out? Boba says, boy oh boy, is it a terrible writing system. Dwarf Show says, you keep hearing Kai Guy something more often now? So, like, overseas? Rudolph says, well, being a bit insensitive doesn't change the fact that it's a person being referred to in such a way is still an outsider, so we just have to deal with that. Phobos asks Elda if they've been studying. Elda says, it makes you wonder if the Earl of Carim was an exiled pygmy or has been to the Ring City and back, unless they stole the idea from him. So I feel like you could probably manufacture purging stones because we can get it from like the little clam things. So he might be like having a clam farm, whatever they're really called. Effervescent says, you stopped caring about being called names back in high school. You won't get called Kisoshiro Gokiburi, a white cockroach, a shitty white cockroach. Green MCT said, hey, glad you caught the stream again. Thank you. Glad to have you again, but we are actually ending here pretty shortly. So, unfortunately, yeah. Phobos said, or Elda said, Phobos, long time ago, you studied it, Mandarin more, and kanji used traditional characters. Bobbin says, are Japanese generally somewhat nostalgic of the Empire? Generally, no. Like, the younger population didn't really live in a time where the Empire had, like, a lot of power. There is a strong streak of nationalism to an extent, but that's more common in maybe, like, the older Japanese people. But, yeah. I don't really want to get into that topic a bit too much more, just because it gets a bit touchy and it can be somewhat sore. But, Elda said the context was Dorian was walking to his dojo without removing his shoes. Nick says, oh, yeah, that context makes like, the foreigner comments have a bit more weight, because he's, being disrespectful. Like somebody who is uncultured or doesn't know their culture, I guess. Nick says, you posted something on the Bloodborne lore section of the Discord server. If you got some time, check it out and give you some feedback. Alright, yeah, no problem. If I'll probably take a little bit after stream to take care of some other things, but when I'm available, I'll take a look. And thank you for letting me know. Stella B says, your Taiwanese friend said that the Hanzi didn't help her as much as you'd think when she was learning Japanese, and they do use traditional characters in Taiwan. So yeah, there's a really big difference between just like knowing what the characters mean versus like the grammar and stuff. Hilda says, it doesn't help 100%, but if you learn both, you can use knowledge of the characters in one as a crutch. Yeah. Phobos says, Japanese are more isolated than properly nationalistic. That's kind of true, but I mean, it feeds into it to a degree. They just don't have exposure to other cultures to kind of break down a lot of those barriers, which ties into what you say. So this is the Undead Asylum key. Key to the iron bars on the west side of the second floor of the North Undead Asylum. The Undead Asylum is a giant undead prison, segmented by countless iron bars. But even if a hero found a key in Lordran to liberate this prison, would he have the means or the heart to ever come back? So that's that. Let's talk to our boys again.
What a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide. What's wrong? Get a bit of a scare out there? No problem. Have a seat and get comfortable. We'll both be hollow before you know it. Well, what are you going to do? I've already decided. I don't really care. I'm simply crestfallen.
I guess if there was another quote, there'd be that one right there. I'm simply crestfallen.
What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Alright, so we'll talk to Petrus again. And then I think that pretty much sums it up, because I honestly don't remember when Rhea comes back. Maybe after we, like, rescue Griggs and go to Blighttown or something like that.
Very well.
Alright, so he's not saying nothing of value. So next time around, we'll go into the other section of the Undead Burg. We'll rescue Griggs and all of that good stuff. So this actually took a little bit more time than I was expecting, which is fine. We've been having some good chats. And, Elda says, yeah, knowing the characters is like knowing the etymology in English. Yeah, to a certain degree. Kind of like knowing your like Latin roots and how that ties into things. It's definitely helpful to understand what the characters mean to begin with. Effervescent says, you'd say Japan is more exposed to Western cultures than any other Asian country? Well, yeah, it's partially because of like the U.S. occupying Japan for so long after the war. Definitely get more tourism. You love that quote? You're simply crestfallen. Okay, so once again, everybody, thank you all for dropping in, lurking, leaving comments. If you haven't yet, feel free to join the Discord. Nightbot has that very timely announcement there. It's kind of like an IRC chat room mixed with a forum for us to keep in contact between the streams. It allows me to give you guys little alerts of when I go live and all that stuff. So if you want to talk more lore outside of the stream or just random topics in general, you're more than welcome to join the Discord server. So until next time, we'll go live again at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I hope to see you all then. Take care, and see you next time.